Thanks for joining, or excuse me, good afternoon, I should say. We're just going to wait another minute here to give folks time to file into the virtual room. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of our 2-day conference, International Security at the Nuclear Nexus, which explores a range of issues that sit at the seam of nuclear weapons and other international security and defense topics and challenges. I'm Eric Brewer, and I'm Deputy Director and Senior Fellow with the Project on Nuclear Issues at CSIS, and we're thrilled to have you back with us for the second day of this conference. For those who weren't with us yesterday or who might have missed Rebecca's introductory remarks, I do want to spend just a second here giving everyone a brief reminder of the purpose of the conference and why we've sort of brought everybody together over these 2 days and why we've chosen these specific topics and panels. The short answer is that the nuclear community has largely lived in a siloed existence, and what we're really trying to do as part of this conference series and the paper series that accompanies it is to try and break down those silos. This relative autonomy that the nuclear community has had has allowed nuclear policy to develop largely outside the give and take of other major policy development processes. Today, however, current and emerging challenges related to nuclear weapons cut across a range of different issues. And we heard about several of these yesterday. Those include how we think about, plan for, and resource conventional nuclear integration, issues surrounding the weaponization of space and different ways to manage competition in space. And we also looked at the impact of emerging situational awareness technologies on deterrence and escalation. And we're going to continue that today. We're going to continue to hear about several more issues that sit at that nexus of nuclear weapons and other international security challenges. Those include how missile defense and new missile developments are impacting stability between nuclear armed adversaries, and how the benefits and risks of AI automation and other technologies, what the effects that they're having on crisis stability and escalation dynamics. As a reminder, CSIS experts, those that are part of this panel and others, are exploring these and other issues, including civil-military relations and a range of other topics in our paper series, International Security at the Nuclear Nexus, which you can find on CSIS's Defense 360 website, as well as PONI's Next Generation Nuclear Network site. And we'll post the links to that series in the chat box. So the bottom line is that's why we're here today, to try and galvanize cross-pollination between the study of nuclear issues and other related international security subject areas by exploring these points of intersection. And we're really excited for the panels and the speakers that we have here today. I think it's going to be a really fascinating discussion. But before we dive into our first panel, I do just want to take a second to again acknowledge and thank Northrop Grumman, whose generous support has made this conference possible. So thank you to Northrop Grumman. And with that, I will turn it over to Tom Carrico to moderate our first panel. Tom is with CSIS's Missile Defense Project, and this first panel is titled Offense and Defense at the Nuclear Nexus, Missile Defense, Hypersonic Missiles, and Intermediate Range Systems. So Tom, over to you.
Okay, well, thank you, Eric. Pleasure to be here with you on this panel and on this Nuclear Nexus conference. As Eric kind of alluded to, the panel subtitle incorporates a lot of different things. There's a lot of things described in the description of the panel, but I think it's fair to say the unifying principle of this panel is missiles and missile defense. I'm interpreting the reference to intermediate range systems as one, especially of ground-based missiles of the variety previously banned by the INF Treaty, for instance. So let me just briefly set the stage by suggesting that there are some things that bring these several issues together that we're talking about. Since this is a PONI event, in the 1990s, folks began to talk about the second nuclear age as a way of making sense of nuclear deterrence and nuclear issues in the post-Cold War context. And there's a lot of utility to talking about that. And yet, in some ways, if you look at today's environment, and look at it not through the prism of the warhead or the payload, but rather with a focus on the delivery system, And by the prospect of non-nuclear strategic attack, you get a different perspective. And there's a sense in which we might think about ourselves in a kind of new missile age. If not kind of beginning with the end of the Cold War, then maybe in the past 5 or 10 years. And this is a little bit different way to slice both the military dimension of military competition and great power competition today. And so you look around and you see, I would say, a surge in the global supply and demand for a whole range of high precision, high velocity, unmanned delivery systems, and the means to counter them. As one official put it about a year and a half ago, one defense official, the number of new missile programs in the world is growing disproportionately to other capabilities. Writ large, he said, this was acting SecDef Shanahan, writ large, the rest of the world is not developing new fighters and bomber aircraft, they're developing missiles. And so the proverbial A2AD problem is in so many respects disproportionately a missile-rich problem. And there's a deterrence angle here as well. You heard yesterday from Admiral Richard, who's spoken often about the need to respond flexibly to the Russian employment of a small nuclear weapon, say. But as the attacks on al-Assad and Abqaiq in the past year point out, the global proliferation of precision-guided munitions, and again, the prospect of non-nuclear strategic attack, whether on U.S. forces or the U.S. homeland, to change our political calculus, that raises other deterrence questions. Would the threat of U.S. nuclear retaliation be credible in those circumstances? Would an adversary think it was? And there's a lot going on with not just the bad guys, our adversaries, but also our friends and allies and partners in terms of the acquisition of new missile-based strike systems, and of course, as you heard before, air and missile defenses. So there's a lot of geopolitical, technological, and arms control dimensions here in this kind of new period. And we have 4 speakers to set the stage for us in terms of how these things fit together and what they mean. The first is Ankit Panda, who is the Stanton Senior Fellow in the Nuclear Policy Program at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. He's the author of Kim Jong-un and the Bomb, and also editor-at-large at The Diplomat. Next up, we have Ian Williams, a fellow in the International Security Program and the deputy director of the Missile Defense Project here at CSIS. And Ian is also the managing editor of the CSIS website, Missile Threat, which I invite you to check out. Next is Sam Wilson, a policy analyst for the Center for Space Policy and Strategy at the Aerospace Corporation. Sam also just recently put out a very fine report on kind of different types of ballistic missiles. And then finally, Rebecca Heinrichs, a senior fellow at the Hudson Institute. Among other things, she was previously a congressional staffer for Representative Trent Franks, and she helped kickstart the Missile Defense Caucus in the House of Representatives. So let's go ahead and turn it over to our panelists. We'll have some brief opening remarks, and then I hope a lot of interesting exchange and conversation. So Ankit, over to you.
Well, thanks, Tom. Thanks also to CSIS for having me back. It's always a pleasure, albeit the virtual format is never ideal, but I'm still glad to be here today with my co-panelists to talk about these important issues. So, Tom, you've asked me to keep my remarks short, so I will try to do my best with that, and I will comment very narrowly on the phenomenon of hypersonic boost-glide vehicles. Where have they come from? Why are they suddenly all the rage? And why do they matter, if they matter at all, for nuclear stability and questions of strategic stability? And I hope this tees us up for a broader conversation. So, in general, I see sort of 2 factors contributing to the emergence of HCVs as a threat class in general. So the first being an intensifying great power security dilemma. And I'll talk a little bit about this. Happy to go more into depth. But if we look at the U.S.-Russia context, a lot of this, I think, we can trace back to American withdrawal from the ABM treaty. In the ensuing years, the Russians have been busy coming up with a range of systems that they feel are necessary to assure their second strike capability, assure the ability to penetrate whatever missile defenses the United States might develop and deploy in the future. Of course, they don't take at face value our assurances that national missile defense in the United States is focused on providing defense against limited ballistic missile threats from North Korea and Iran. Our adversaries tend to reason in worst case scenario ways. And of course, we heard this directly from President Putin himself on March 1st, 2018, when he unveiled many of these systems, including the nuclear HGV Avangard, which has since been deployed and is the world's first hypersonic boost glide system to be deployed anywhere. With China, of course, in China, we have seen the DF-17, a theater range HGV system, make its appearance at a parade. It may be deployed already, but we don't have comprehensive data supporting that assessment, but it's certainly right around the corner. With China as well, there has been longstanding concern about American investments in missile defense. So broadly speaking, when we look at the great power level, we see an intensifying security dilemma as the United States takes steps to improve our missile defense capabilities. Our adversaries reason using worst case scenario thinking and plan for a future where our missile defenses might be greater in number, much more effective than they are today, and are planning to assure their ability to penetrate those systems with any means necessary. I'll get a little bit to the actual relationship between HGV systems and missile defense later, time permitting. But I want to talk about the second factor contributing to the emergence of these systems. And this one I actually think is pretty straightforward. It's technical availability. The physical science of HGV flight has been understood since the first half of the 20th century. The reason it wasn't feasible to develop and deploy these systems in a cost-effective way largely had to do with developments in material science catching up to where our understanding of these weapons actually was. So we can look back to US activities early in the Cold War, for instance, going back to our own experimentation with maneuverable reentry vehicles, or MARVs, in the 1950s. We tested our first MARV system in 1966, and the intention there too was to defeat potential enemy ABM systems. So technical availability combined with an intensifying great power security dilemma, I think, has contributed to this phenomenon where we are seeing HGVs being pursued primarily by Russia and China today. And of course, we have our own programs underway as well. So let me turn a bit now to the relationship between HGVs and nuclear stability. So generally speaking, I think I would divide the threat here into sort of two categories of HGVs. So let me begin by talking about a system like Avangard, nuclear capable, nuclear only, importantly, capable of ranging the U.S. homeland. Avangard as a capability today, I think, represents a little challenge to existing U.S.-Russia strategic stability dynamics. Russian ICBMs are already able to penetrate American missile defenses, and Avangard doesn't change that. It simply improves Russian confidence in that ability to penetrate missile defense. So generally speaking, that seems to be less of an issue from where I'm sitting. Theater range HGVs, though, I think present a different sort of challenge. They can contribute to crisis instability and escalation dynamics. Here, I'm primarily thinking of the implications of a system like DF-17 in future contingencies in the Asia Pacific. But another concern also is if our adversaries in the future do begin to develop intercontinental range conventional HGVs. And here we start to think about strategic non-nuclear threats against the U.S. homeland and potentially even against nuclear command and control. This I think, is a challenge worth thinking about seriously. And it's not one that we live with right now. Russia does have an intercontinental range HGV system, but it is nuclear only. So if that were to be used, we would have crossed the nuclear threshold. China's DF-17, meanwhile, is a theater range system thought to be dual capable. But that, I think, is an area where HGVs, I think, introduce challenges to strategic stability. So what is the course of action that the United States should take? And this is, of course, the debate that we're having. We have several hypersonic boost glide systems under development in research and development, testing and evaluation today, some of which will be deployed with the expiration of the INF treaty, now making ground launch systems between 500 and 5,500 kilometers in range possible again. But I think we need to be careful about how we think about what HGVs contribute to our own capabilities. For instance, if we think about cost trade-offs, I mean, what is the trade-off per unit of procuring HGV systems instead of investing in conventional cruise and ballistic systems that would fall in that same INF range? So there are important trade-offs here that I think are worth considering. And also, I did talk a little bit about the intensifying security dilemma. While our adversaries continue to make their own investments in cruise and ballistic missile defenses, our ability to penetrate those defenses, I think, remains strong today. So will our pursuit of HGV capabilities in the United States change the ways our adversaries think about their own investments in BMD systems? I think that's a bit of an open question. So I'll close by saying that I do think that this is a serious issue insofar as conventional theater range HGVs are concerned, and certainly future potential ICBM class conventional HGVs are concerned, insofar as strategic stability is concerned, especially if we define strategic stability as manifesting in the absence of crisis instability and arms race instability. But HGVs right now, I think, narrowly affect the former and in a more serious way affect the latter. We should be clear-eyed about the advantages and pitfalls of HGVs, and I think resist the urge to be pulled into a mirror imaging dynamic with Russian and Chinese capabilities. So I'll stop there, and looking forward to hearing from my co-panelists and engaging in a discussion.
Great. I think over to you, Ian.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Anki. That was I think a very good description of the new kinds of air and missile, some of the new kinds of air and missile threats that we're facing today. And these air and missile threats are growing much more diverse, and much more complicated, faster and more maneuverable. And the emergence of hypersonic gliders, I think, is one part of that. But there is also a whole slew of in some cases, other kind of cutting edge missile threats, and many that are not so cutting edge, but are nevertheless growing more numerous and destructive. And we're also seeing, particularly in the case with China, that many of these, as Anki alluded to, many of these are conventional capabilities, but are nevertheless really capable of strategic effects at a much lower threshold for employment. And so what I worry most about is how these advanced missile technologies are at the disposal of potential adversaries, have been really starting to erode away. And I think some of the approaches that the United States has taken to deterrence and stability, particularly on the conventional deterrence at the regional level. Take, for example, forward-based U.S. military forces around the world. Right? These forward forces, I think, have really been a linchpin for conventional deterrence and regional stability for a long time. Right? They, in the first instance, they serve as that kind of a tripwire function, right, where it makes it difficult for an aggressor to attack a U.S. ally without provoking U.S. involvement. But they also contribute what they say in U.S. Forces Korea is a fight tonight kind of capability that allows the U.S. to hold the line until more firepower can be brought to bear from outside the theater. And in this way, they can deny an adversary the kind of quick fait accompli type win, and really raise the bar and raise the stakes for the circumstances under which an adversary might be willing to risk conflict with the United States. And this is where I think emerging missile capabilities like hypersonic gliders and hypersonic cruise missiles and more complex ballistic missiles even are begin to chip away at how the U.S. has approached regional deterrence, because the survivability of forward-based forces really gets put into question, particularly forces that are at centralized installations like aircraft at air bases or docked ships at naval installations. And I think there is a potential, for adversaries to use a combination of air and missile threats to either really neutralize these forces or even just suppress them long enough for an adversary to accomplish its objectives. So what to do about it? I think the most essential approach to continue improving early warning against these kinds of air and missile threats of all kinds. This starts with space-based sensors that can detect and track missiles for the entirety of their flight from launch to terminus. Such a system would go a long way, I think, to improving situational awareness in advance of advanced missile threats, and also give forward-based forces more time to take measures that would increase the chance of survival and ability to stay operational during and after an attack. Space-based sensor architecture, if configured so, would also greatly improve the U.S. ballistic missile defense system. And it would also lay the foundation for potential defensive systems against hypersonic weapons like hypersonic gliders and hypersonic cruise missiles. We're still in the research and development phase on hypersonic defenses, but I think these weapons are not nearly as, I think, as unstoppable as they are sometimes characterized. So I think these efforts need to continue and be scaled up if they are shown to be viable. And I think one final point, I think the U.S. needs to ensure that we have adequate procedures and plans for more robust passive defense measures in general. So things such as hardening and dispersion, camouflage, other means of deception, making U.S. forces harder to find and fix, less concentrated, etc. The most recent National Defense Strategy has language that describes this need, and Congress looks like it's going to be funding a sort of specific deterrence initiative that includes funding for greater passive defense, which is a good thing, but time is ticking. So in sum, I think these kinds of measures taken together could, can start to complicate an adversary's military planning and begin to re-sow doubt into their ability to easily accomplish military objectives, and therefore, by extension, reinvigorate U.S. regional deterrence efforts. And I'll leave it there, and I look forward to the discussion.
Great. Well, Sam, over to you.
Thanks, Tom. Before I begin, I want to thank Rebecca Hurstman, the whole PONI team, CSIS. I partly feel as if I grew up in PONI doing the Nuclear Scholars Initiative and mid-career cadre. So this is a real pleasure for me to be part of this event, especially with such an esteemed group of panelists and moderator. So today I want to make a couple points about the hypersonic missile debate in the United States, which is of course a hot topic. If you're not immersed in missile issues, the debate surrounding hypersonic missiles, whether to pursue and how many, may be difficult to penetrate. And my sense is that part of that is the extreme language that you often see associated with hypersonic glide vehicles and hypersonic cruise missiles. Before this, I did a quick search of headlines with hypersonic missiles, and the descriptors I got back were things like unstoppable, blindingly fast, invincible, nuclear nightmare, nuclear menace, but also ballyhooed, gimmick, hype, overstated, overrated. So, how do we make sense of this? And I think part of the problem is that when hypersonic missiles are discussed in the press, other missile capabilities are often understated. Max, would you put up my first slide? I just have 2 slides. So in pieces describing the threat or advantages of hypersonic missiles, there's almost always a line that differentiates hypersonic missiles from other types of missiles. That creates this split between gliders and hypersonic cruise missiles on one side and everything else on the other. And this line almost always oversimplifies the broader missile threat. I'll just read 2 examples. This one's from Congressional Research Service. Unlike ballistic missiles, hypersonic weapons do not follow a ballistic trajectory and can maneuver en route to their destination. I'll read this last one from the Atlantic Council, which is from a recent primer on hypersonic weapons. ICBMs follow a predictable trajectory, so a target can be discerned after a launch is detected. So you get the idea, right? These quotes suggest that hypersonic missiles maneuver and travel to unpredictable targets, whereas other missiles, ballistic, conventional, whatever that means, ICBMs, cannot maneuver and fly to predictable targets. And that's wrong. These characterizations of other missiles create a false impression of the broader missile environment. Steve Dunham and I at Aerospace, and Tom mentioned it, had a report that came out in May that argues for a completely new missile taxonomy based on what the actual missile threat capabilities are. And the report shows that, in fact, the majority of the missile threat includes payloads with maneuverability capabilities. And these systems aren't unique to the major powers. Both North Korea and Iran deploy warheads that maneuver aerodynamically. They're also not new. Pershing IIs deployed in the 1980s had maneuverable reentry vehicles. Ankit mentioned that in 1966, we tested a MAR system. In the 1970s, you have ICBM systems with multiple independent reentry vehicles, MIRV, with propulsion devices that could mean the difference between an attack on Atlanta or New York, on Houston or Chicago. So with hypersonic missiles, missile warning and predicting where a missile strike is headed, let alone actually defending against it, is certainly extremely challenging. But for everything else, missile warning and predicting where a missile strike is headed is not as easy as is often portrayed. And I think this oversimplification of the missile environment that you get from the lines I listed creates this false binary between hypersonic missiles and everything else. Whereas in reality, it really should be viewed as a spectrum. But with all that being said, I actually don't think the technological conversation, these different technological assessments, are the biggest driver for this debate. I think the biggest driver are folks' military aims vis-a-vis Russia and China. And this ties into escalation, strategic stability, this nexus that is at the focus of the conference. A crucial question for me is, do we want to be preparing to defeat Russia and China in a major conflict with missile strikes on their mainland? Or do we think that such preparations are inherently escalatory? I'm wrapping up a non-technical project on the hypersonic missile debate, and I conducted a literature review and interviewed a bunch of experts over the past year or so. And what was most interesting to me and what was completely unexpected was the connection I saw between experts' answers to this question and their technological assessments of hypersonic weapons. Max, would you hit my second slide? So this is represented in this 2x2. So the y-axis is the question I mentioned. Do we want to be developing missile capabilities to strike mainland targets in Russia? Targets like sensors, command and control nodes, stationary and mobile missiles, or do we think that developing capabilities for those types of targets is overly escalatory? And the x-axis is our technological assessments. Do we consider hypersonic missiles capabilities that will have an important role in future conflict? And what I found is that most of the debate are the boxes in dark blue, positions in which the technological assessments and the strategic aims were in concert. In the upper right, you aren't conflicted, right? Because your military aims and your technological assessment are saying we need to acquire lots of hypersonic missiles. You want to prepare for a major missile conflict, and you have a lot of confidence in these capabilities. Or the reverse, in the lower left, both your military aims and technological assessment are also in agreement, but it's the reverse, right? They are saying, don't pursue hypersonic missiles. Less confidence in the tech, less interest in preparation for major missile conflict. So, my sense is that's the majority of the debate, but of course that's not everyone. There are important positions not captured in dark blue, which is why you see the light blue boxes. In the upper left, you want to prepare for these missions. You may be seeking strategic advantages over Russia and China, but you're unsure of the technology, perhaps because of the cost. So you may want to use other missile capabilities to achieve those missions, or at least a mix. Here you may advocate for a small deployment. And then in the lower right, you do not want to signal to Russia and China that you want to strike their mainland in these ways, but you see the technology as something really compelling. You may see value in these missiles for purposes other than striking serious capabilities in Russia and China. This could include high-value maritime targets, for example. So here you might advocate for a low deployment. So my sense is that these views on military aims are often influencing and coloring experts' technological assessments. And just to conclude, I think we often characterize the debate around hypersonic weapons as a technological one, but it is much more complex than that. Views on hypersonic missiles are shaped by whether we're trying to win an arms race or avoid an arms race, whether we are trying to pressure Russia and China or whether we're seeking to reassure Russia and China. Experts may vary in their understanding of what prompted Russia and China to develop hypersonic weapons in the first place. They may draw different lessons from the Cold War. And collectively, these different takes drive divergent strategic aims, which hypersonic missiles can contribute to or undermine. And these strategic aims are heavily intertwined with our technological assessments. So with that, I will pass it off. Thanks for the opportunity.
Well, Rebecca, over to you.
Well, thank you so much. I echo my co-panelists for the thanks, for the hosts for giving us an opportunity to have this discussion. The comments made were already fantastic, and I'm going to try to eliminate the things in my prepared remarks that have already been said, try to add some color and some different perspective to fill in some gaps. The one thing I'd like to just kind of jump right in there and say, to answer the question about hypersonics, I always hear this, is the United States just interested in hypersonic weapons because our adversaries are investing in hypersonic weapons? And to Ann Kate's question, are we sort of falling for this trap of mirror imaging? I would suggest that the United States wants these kinds of weapon systems for the same reasons our adversaries want these kinds of weapon systems. And obviously it's their speed combined with their maneuverability and the lack of defense for them. And I liked Sam's kind of characterization of this being, yes, they're challenging. Maybe they're not as impossible as some might characterize them to contend with. But one thing that has stuck in my mind, Dr. Mark Lewis described the hypersonic weapons back in 2011 as comparable to the effect on the battlefield as stealth was. So it does present increasingly challenging problems for our adversaries if the United States has them, and also, to the United States if our adversaries have them. And their hypersonic weapons are great for targeting time-critical targets, moving targets in normal people speak. And so the United States obviously has an interest in having them for what we're trying to do in the Indo-Pacific theater. And that's actually where I'm going to kind of focus my remarks on. Sam already, I think, laid out very, very well. His report is great on kind of laying out why these sharp line distinctions aren't as instructive or helpful as maybe we like to think about them, that missiles really are on this spectrum, and even ballistic missiles have maneuvering capabilities and cause challenges to our missile defense systems. But as I said, my remarks are going to be limited. Really, I'm talking about China, since China is the preeminent power, the primary power that the United States is trying to focus on based on the national defense strategy. But I think that my comments can obviously be applied in different contexts as well. But just for the sake of scope, I'm talking mainly about China. And the main point that I kind of want to make is I think sometimes it gets lost in it, and this answers some of the rhetorical question that Sam just posed. We deter effectively by being prepared to win if deterrence fails. Okay, so if deterrence breaks down, the United States wants to have the ability to end that military conflict on terms most conducive to American interests, not China's. And that is really the heart of offense-defense integration. We're trying to pose a credible, to communicate to the Chinese this idea that should deterrence break down, the United States is prepared to make an initial act of aggression by the Chinese against US interests not worth the cost. And so we want to have offensive fires to hold at risk Chinese targets, but we also want to have the ability to defend our own critical assets and interests. And so I'm mainly talking about active defenses now. Ian he mentioned passive defenses, and CSIS has put out great material on what we need for passive defenses, and just want to kind of foot stomp that. But we need active defense as well. And I don't really see it as a dilemma. I see it as a non-optional thing. Missile defenses, as per the Missile Defense Review, kind of laid this out, at least conceptually, does have a strong role to play in deterrence. And it's definitely going to play that in a really tight, time-constrained, close in area like the Indo-Pacific. And so we need to have missile defenses in order to limit the damage of an offensive strike in order to maximize our response options. And then having that ability furthers our ability, which Ian mentioned, to sow doubt in the minds of an adversary that striking US assets or territory like Guam will not result in a clean hit that would be worth the cost. And it increases our decision time, gives us more time, limits the damage, and a more menu of options to consider how we can control, to the best of our ability, escalation, room for diplomacy, all those nice to haves that we really want to have. because we certainly don't want a conflict, or in this case, it would be a war, I think more aptly stated, with China. And so all of this, I think, is for the purpose of deterring that from happening. And so complicating the adversary's calculations is the name of the game, and effective defenses that are able and smartly placed with offensive or in combination with or complementing offensive fires, I think is what we're trying to get at. And that means the problem, the challenge of offense-defense integration, software challenges there, command and control, things that we have to think through, making sure our shooters and our defenders are not just stovepipe, but are having, who are talking. And that means that they need to have a greater, more colorful picture, I think, of the larger, broader political environment, so that we can decrease the element of surprise to the extent we are able. And then the last sort of big point that I want to make before we turn the floor over, and Sam alluded to this as well, really all of this kind of goes towards policy questions. We can focus a lot on hardware and software and what we need to do and where we need to spend money, and focus on the cost per item and that kind of thing. I think we miss the point if we don't kind of zoom out and think about, okay, the United States of America is committed to a free and open Indo-Pacific. Republicans and Democrats agree on that. It's been stated ad nauseum by US Pentagon officials, by State Department and National Security Council officials, et cetera. But I think if that truly is our policy, and we really do mean it, that we need to demonstrate that we have the political will to make good on defending that. And that means that the policy has to drive the strategy, and our strategy has to motivate and drive our approach towards our allies. We are not going to be able to deter China in the Indo-Pacific theater without our allies. They've got the real estate and the property there. We've got to have that relationship. And then also it should motivate and drive our investment planning and expenditures. So I see this, lately there's been a flurry of op-eds talking about how things are too expensive. We're going to have to cut some things in the Pentagon. But if the policy is driving the strategy is what needs to inform how we're spending our dollars in research and development, but then also getting these things fielded as quickly as possible, so we don't just keep talking about them in think tank panels and we actually see them tested and deployed. And then that presents us with the challenges already kind of mentioned about, well, then how are we going to think about this in a military, truly operational context? And I think if offense-defense integration is truly going to contribute to deterrence, we need to be working really hard at convincing our adversaries of what we're willing to do. So if we don't communicate to our adversaries in some way that we do believe that it's within our right and it is proportional, that if the United States is attacked by China and it's attacks a carrier or attacks US soil that's not the homeland, for instance, Guam, that the United States reserves the right and is prepared to respond by attacking their shooter, even if that shooter is on Chinese homeland territory, that we believe that is a proportional response, and the alternative is to just continue to be on the receiving end of further strikes. That if that is the US policy, and I would suggest that if it's not something the United States are prepared to do, then we're not very serious about maintaining and defending a free and open Indo-Pacific. And so we need to be working hard on the diplomatic side, communicating that to allies so that they also understand what we consider a proportional response in the event that something like that happens. And I'm going to just end it there, Tom. I think I've said enough provocative things to kick us off.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. I'm going to try to be a little provocative here as well. I'm going to push back, I think, on most of you. And I'm going to use part of Sam's argument against him and against the rest of you. For the last several years, I've really talked about and Ian talked about as well, the air and missile threat spectrum. So that's everything from UAVs to anti-ship cruise missiles to ballistics and maneuvering ballistics. And that's where, Sam, your most recent report fits in. And then you kind of get to the hypersonic gliders and the scramjets and things like that. Well, okay, now let's, in some respects, I think each of you have kind of taken for granted the idea that hypersonics or hypersonic missiles are a category, or a thing, or a type. And whether you're coming at this from an arms control perspective or a procurement perspective, I think, Ankit, you talked about it from an arms control perspective. Sam, you talked about how many do you buy, right? But I think first you got to figure out what's the thing you're talking about. How discrete a category is hypersonics, or is it not rather, again, it's a little bit more fluid. It's along that spectrum. And if you want to define them for the purpose of banning them or limiting their number or whatever, can you really even do it in as much as the line between a MARV and a hypersonic glider looks kind of similar, right? So I'd like each of you to kind of tackle that a little bit. Are these really a thing? And if they're not a thing, I think that's going to frankly redirect the flow of the rest of this panel in some respects. Sam, do you want to tackle that first?
It's a great question. It's a great point. You're right in that I cheat in that our last report doesn't even have a category for gliders, right? We have 5 categories and we put it under category 3, including with MARV systems. And now I'm focused on the hypersonic missile debate, which is really kind of the discourse. So as far as technologically, I think you're absolutely right? Like the line between a maneuverable reentry vehicle and a glider, I think is pretty poorly defined. I think, you can say, well, maneuverable reentry vehicle means that it was at some point exoatmospheric, right? Whereas a glider could be exoatmospheric, could be endoatmospheric. But I mean, the way I think of it is a glider is something kind of at the extreme end of maneuverability. So, we talk about it in terms of 50% of the range could be maneuverable. And that's the way I would like to think about these conversations when we're thinking about, you talked about if we were to prohibit something. I would like to, and Steve and I are actually starting a project along these lines about, if you were to envision a future arms control agreement, to be thinking about systems based on maneuverability, right? Like thinking about, what percentage of their range is meeting a ballistic profile versus what's not, right? Because I think that is more useful than saying, let's prohibit this thing, this 4-letter initialism or acronym versus this other thing. Because I think that is, I don't know that you'd actually get too much progress. There's like a lot of questions there for what an arms control agreement would look like. But I just think framing it that way in terms of thinking about categories of maneuverability would be much more helpful than saying, a glider is maneuverable and ballistic missiles are not. And there are more quotes that I could have pulled, including from one where I spent most of my career. So there's just this false sense of what other missiles do. And just a one point on what Rebecca said, my points were not that I am skeptical of what gliders are supposed to do. It's more just that when gliders are defined, they're defined as this thing that is distinct from everything else. And I'm saying everything else isn't the way that it's being defined.
Yeah. Maybe direct this to Ankit then. I know at one point along the way you mentioned, look, hypersonic missiles that attack our command and control would be destabilizing. I hope I haven't misrepresented what you said. But again, with the idea of the threat spectrum and the fluidity of all of this, would you be happy? Would you be okay if our command and control were targeted with something that was merely supersonic or subsonic? Isn't it the effect and isn't the target and in some of their characteristics more than this category of hypersonic things? Over to you.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. Yeah, so in theory, let's imagine we're in a parallel universe where Russia and China have had the same kind of debates that we've had here about conventional prompt global strike, and some of the systems that they've considered as part of this include, let's imagine, conventional warheads on Russian SLBMs or Chinese intercontinental range missiles. For the purposes of what I was talking about in terms of conventional threats to NC3 nodes based in the US homeland, I don't care really about the precise trajectory, right? If it's a ballistic trajectory with a conventional warhead, really what I care about more is the flight time and the warning time we get. And HGVs are destabilizing there in ways that, for instance, supersonic cruise missiles are not. It takes significantly longer for an intercontinental threat to arrive at supersonic speeds than at some notional hypersonic speeds. Of course, I should also be precise here because hypersonic really begins at Mach 5 up. A Mach 6 threat is still going to arrive a lot slower than something, Mach 20 plus, which is what we're talking about with ICBMs. So it is a concern. We don't want to create incentives for our adversaries to consider systems like that. Of course, in turn, though, we need to take seriously in future arms control deliberations with Russia and China their own concerns about our intercontinental range conventional systems, because I think that that might result in certain destabilizing developments that we just don't want to see. For instance, we've had a very lively debate here for a number of years now about potential changes to Chinese nuclear posture in the coming years, and certain developments like that I think would push China towards taking on a force posture that we just don't want them to have. We want to keep them committed to their current posture, I think, in many ways. So and a lot of this also I think would intersect with the kinds of things we say and do with our missile defense systems. I think these conversations I think get a lot more complicated after FTM-44, the test of SM-3 Block 2A against an ICBM class target. I think once Russia and China start planning for a future where they're not just thinking about our GBIs in Alaska, but they're considering the entire array of SM-3 2As we have around the world, we start to get to a place where we need to talk about all of these things really under the same header. That's not to say that I support addressing all of these issues in a single arms control grand bargain. I just don't think that's realistic or politically feasible. But certainly I think in terms of talking about nuclear strategic stability, this is really how broad the conversation has gotten today.
Okay, Ian, be curious to have you take a swing at the same thing. How distinct are they, and what's kind of the place of hypersonic doohickeys relative to ballistic missiles or cruise missiles or other things in terms of the strike mission?
Sure. I mean, I think it's exactly right that this is a spectrum of situations, and whether you're a spectrum of threats, and whether your TPY-2 radar gets taken out by a Chinese scramjet missile or a $500 North Korean drone. I mean, the effect is ultimately the same. So, as we move forward and modernize capabilities and put new capabilities out there, we need to not be myopic in this. I mean, a space-based sensor layer, right, that we deploy needs to also be able to cover both a glide trajectory track and a more traditional ballistic, higher altitude ballistic track. If aerial sensors that can detect and track subsonic cruise missiles also need to have a capability against hypersonic cruise missiles. So we need to be able to find efficiencies and to be able to cover as much of this spectrum as we can.
Does that go for the U.S. strike mission, though? How do you think about the relative utility of hypersonic gliders? Let's just say conventional, because that is what the U.S. is doing. What is the relative utility of a hypersonic glider like the Army's LRHW or some of these other programs relative to our Tomahawks or the prospect of let's just say a relatively simpler Pershing 3 kind of ballistic thing?
Yeah. Well, I think from a simplistic perspective, if you have a certain strike capability and a technology comes along that you can improve upon that capability, I guess why not create a more prompt, capable version of what you already have? I think this is particularly the case on the cruise missile front, on the hypersonic cruise missile side. But from a more specific perspective, there's, I think you have, there are, as the speed of warfare increases, there is a growing, I think, need for a capability against time-sensitive targets, things like mobile missiles, for example. So, the speed and maneuverability of a glider or a hypersonic cruise missile become desirable. You just look at the North, just, take away the great power competition aspect of this. Just look at North Korea, right? As an example, if we have a limited ballistic missile defense against that threat, but I think the assumption is that if a conflict starts that with North Korea, that we're going to be relying more and more on offensive capabilities to defeat its missile capabilities, before they can launch. And as North Korea gets better and more adept at missile operations, as they move more to solid fuel missiles, as we have seen in the past few years, which leave very little time between the decision to launch and launching, the promptness and precision of hypersonic weapons becomes more attractive. And the same logic kind of I think extends to other contingencies with other adversaries as well.
Okay, well, let me direct that to you, Rebecca. The administration has talked, or some administration officials have talked about their desire, their ambition to build hypersonic missiles at scale, right? Hundreds, thousands. My question, why? Why do that as opposed to ballistic missiles, as opposed to, which are at least as fast, or cruise missiles? Why do that?
It's the combination of which has already been kind of hit at a couple different ways. It's the combination of speed and maneuverability. So, I mean, maybe you can correct me, some of the other folks in the panel might know this better, but I have just here in my handwritten notes that the Tomahawk missile, which I love, what's not to love about the Tomahawk, but the Tomahawk missile travels about 550 miles per hour. And you compare that to, Mach 5 or higher for a hypersonic weapon, or here I have, allegedly the Russians have one at, just for comparison, contrasting 7,000 plus miles per hour at a distance of 1,200 to 1,500 miles. So to the point that Ian just made, you're trying to improve your technological capability. You want to be able to get at these moving targets quickly. You want to be able to hold them at risk. And since our adversaries are already doing that, you certainly don't want to cede the advantage to them that they have that capability. We want to have that capability as well. And again, it's putting pressure back on the decision-making time. So again, everything that I'm talking about here is to try to force our adversaries to conclude that any offensive initial strike isn't going to end well, that we have the ability to act in this compressed environment where we can make decisions quickly, and that we have the ability to defend. And I want to touch a little bit, if I may, Tom, on the point that Ankit made about the homeland challenge as well. That's a further blurring problem. And I think that we should be thinking very seriously. He's talking about missile defense and the SM-32A and GBIs. But if the adversaries are going to be thinking that that it is plausible in a conflict that our homeland might be at risk, which they already are thinking and building these kinds of weapon systems to hold at risk the United States. We've heard a lot about the cruise missile threat to the homeland in the past by, I think it was General Shaughnessy was really kind of big on kind of hammering this as well. The United States needs to be thinking, we don't really have the choice, our adversaries have put us there, but thinking about having some kind of defense of the homeland for the same reasons we've talked about here, or I've tried to talk about, is the stabilizing nature that missile defense can provide in thinking about offense and defense and how they work together, at least to further complicate our adversaries, so that we're not unintentionally tempting them by remaining vulnerable, even if it is going to be expensive. And to the comment here, but that gets us to where would we put the money then to sort of put up this more robust defense against the increasing missile threat, both in the regional context and to the homeland as well.
Can I follow up with you, Rebecca? Back to the question of the mix. Again, the administration wants to build hypersonic missiles at scale. And yes, they do have different characteristics, but you've also kind of got let's just say the Marines getting 40 Tomahawks, and now the Army's going to get into the Tomahawk and SM-6 for strike. So how ought we to think about, and this is for anybody who wants to answer really, how ought we to think about the overall mix for our servicing of the strike missions? What's the relative place of hypersonic maneuvering things relative to everything else? How do we think about that?
So the way I don't know how we should think about it. I can tell you how I think about it. I think about the fact that we already have Tomahawks. We have them, and we are already at a major disadvantage in that particular theater. So the faster we can get our Marines Tomahawks, we should do it. We should try to get ahead of the problem. I mean, we're trying to really quickly reestablish that the United States is there and is not going to just give the game away to the Chinese. And so I am for moving as quickly as our appropriators will do it. And as whether it's a Trump 2 or a Biden 1, I hope that we will continue taking advantage of the fact that because we are out of the INF treaty, we've got a great opportunity and some progress with our allies. I think diplomatically progress towards this idea of deploying some of these things. So it's a timing and sequencing issue for me. Get the Tomahawks deployed because we have them. Continue to work on the hypersonic weapons, but that we're certainly going to need those as quickly as we can get them online in order to. And I don't know the right number, so I can just say I don't know the right number of hypersonic weapons, but we need to start filtering those in as they come online to be able to hold those time-sensitive targets at risk credibly. But again, because we have the Tomahawks, I think it just behooves us to get those fielded as quickly as possible.
Let me direct that to the other panelists. What's the place of hypersonic strike in the U.S. Strike mission relative to these other things? Is it a bad idea? Is it ought it to be a relatively niche capability, or ought we to think about this as kind of the new Tomahawk, the new defining airframe for missilery of the future? Ankit, Ian, whomever.
Yeah, sure. I'll jump in. I mean, look, I mean, I think we're getting ahead of ourselves in one important way, which is that if we look at our existing range of capabilities in the U.S. and particularly in the Indo-Pacific, we have a range of air and sea launch platforms, and there are limitations. Operational costs are high. The Navy is overstretched, having to manage the BMD and strike missions. You don't have at-sea reload for your VLSs on your destroyers. So a lot of the post-INF debate now has been concerned about improving our magazine depth in the Asia-Pacific, having assets positioned forward. But of course, there's still a great deal of ambiguity about basing options, right? We look at the geography, we see 60 million miles of ocean. We see a few specks in the middle of that ocean that are U.S. territory, and we see some other slightly larger specks that are, represents the territory of our allies. So until we know more about the actual geography available to us, it's difficult to answer many of these questions, because I think a lot also hinges on logistics and operations, right? I mean, a lot of these smaller islands, you're going to find that your units are vulnerable to preemption. You might consider rotational deployments of certain systems to counteract that, but then you got to contend with the fact that rotating in hypersonic missiles into the first island chain in a crisis might be interpreted by the other side as escalatory, increasing crisis instability. How do our allies sell, and just in terms of their domestic politics, the notion of actually having U.S. missiles on their territory? So it's difficult to answer the question about the mix, just given those ambiguities, right? I mean, I can sit here and we can have a discussion about the kinds of targets in mainland China that should be held at risk to augment deterrence, conventional deterrence in a crisis. But then the matter of, are those targets being held at risk using bomber-based assets, sea-based assets, or land-based assets in Asia? I think that precise balance is very much subject to further debate and deliberation. And until we really get more clarity from and with our allies on this question, I think it's going to be difficult to have any precise answer to what the mix should be.
Can I follow up on that though? The basing mode, right? The platform and the domain is coming from. I think sometimes I would just say the wake of the withdrawal from the INF treaty, there's sometimes a sense that air and sea basing good, land basing bad. And I don't think I'm simplifying too much. Aki, could you talk a little about the factors that go into that? So there's benefits to the different platforms and the domains for all of those. You talk through some of the costs and benefits, for instance, of land basing relative to the others.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the big advantage with land basing, so the U.S. Navy at any given time has ships are assets that move around, aircraft are assets that are based at fixed airfields that are deployed as needed. We don't have great information about how a future crisis might play out, and if we're ever caught off guard, land-based basing up front gives us the greatest degree of promptness. So that's really been the big kind of selling factor in this post-INF debate about the reason to have these systems in the first place. But promptness without appropriate basing, I think, only gets you so far, right? So right now, realistically, we're talking about the Marines having some anti-ship missiles based out of the first island chain, which is Sort of a very different sort of debate compared to the broader issue of intermediate range HGVs or what have you. And the basing option there that's most straightforward is Guam. But Guam, of course, you're about you're going to need something that's in the 3,000 kilometer plus range from Guam to be useful against many of the targets that we've been discussing. Another issue with land-based systems is assuring survivability, and that's I think oversimplified a lot of the times. I think we look at where these facilities might be based. So we look at basing with our allies right now, and the biggest vulnerability that's talked about a lot is we have highly concentrated bases in Japan and Korea, elsewhere, where the adversary knows where our assets are, and they are, you might improve your survivability a little bit with dispersal, deception, missile defense, but at the end of the day, you're effectively sitting ducks at these vulnerable bases around the region. So that means for a survivable land-based force, you'd ideally want sort of unrestricted land mobility. And I've already talked about how limited the actual land environment is in the Asia Pacific. So that's I think a tough egg to crack, right? And then you imagine the other issue, which is that I've already talked about how you don't have reloads at sea for your VLSs. So let's say in a crisis we are caught off guard, we lose some of these assets. Replenishing and resupplying is really, I think, where there's a huge challenge in the Pacific. And this is something I think the Chinese know very well, that this is really something that they would try to inhibit early on. So all of this is to say that there, as you know, Tom, there are trade-offs with air, launch, and sea-based and land-based systems, but it's not straightforward at all that ground-based systems are going to solve all of our problems. They can contribute planning for the Chinese, but they're ultimately not going to be the sort of silver bullet that we might wish for.
Great. Well, let me kind of segue, if it's okay with you guys, to a topic that's come up several times here, and that's arms control. I think a couple folks have talked about it. I know Ankit did, in terms of arms control for hypersonic things. I tried to raise the challenge of definition and the prospect of getting folks to do that. But what, if any, role ought we to think about arms control having, either for this particular thing we're calling hypersonic missiles, or for, let's just say, missile fast flyers broadly, fast flyers or missiles broadly, really to the whole panel.
Oh, I just talked, but I'm happy to jump in here. I'll start with sort of what I think the lowest hanging fruit in the arms control space is for this. Here I'll just plug a recent report by my Carnegie colleagues, Pranay Vadi and James Acton, thinking about what might follow New START. And I'm not just talking about New START extension, but the next US-Russia Strategic Arms Control Treaty. And they identify the need to regulate, and I concur with this, regulate conventional intercontinental range systems, be they HGVs or what have you, as accountable warheads under the central limits of the follow-on treaty. And I think there's advantages there that serve our interests, and they also serve, I think the Russians would be willing to at least discuss this. I think there is a way to do this also without bringing the missile defense into this discussion. So I'm not advocating for, that sort of big grand bargain approach. But that I think is the lowest hanging fruit here. These issues, of course, have come up in the past with the Russians in terms of CPGS. But that is, I think, one way to address this issue. I think addressing Chinese theater range HGVs, conventional and nuclear capable, I think is going to be just a much more difficult issue, just given the complete lack of experience, first of all, doing arms control with China. Of course, this is a burgeoning area of research for a lot of us in the field now, how to make that happen, and the most feasible ways to make that happen. But I would think that starting with the HGV issue just probably isn't the right place to start. And of course, a few years ago, folks used to talk about a test ban, but now with the Avant-Garde deployed and the DF-17 also probably deployed, that ship has sailed.
Ian, do you know something you think about? Ian and Sam and Rebecca?
Yeah, I think Ankit is right about, the easiest thing to do would be some kind of limitation, with Russia on intercontinental range missiles, on intercontinental range HGVs. Although I kind of, given that the United States doesn't currently have a comparable system to the Avant-Garde, I wonder what motivation would Russia have to agree to incorporate that, absent the other capabilities, absent a comparable U.S. capability that would also be limited. So So just kind of a question. I think, in the bigger picture, beyond on the regional side for gliders, it's going to be tough. I'm not too optimistic just because of China's general apathy towards engaging in arms control. I certainly don't think that. I think the only, eventually, we may get to a point when we could be, where there is maybe a possibility for that, but we're going to have to get to a point where the United States probably has some advantages of its own in the area of these weapons. If you look historically speaking, the Soviet Union, for example, was only really interested in arms control when it felt like the United States was getting ahead, and when we were getting something they wanted to get their arms around. So probably the same situation here, that we'll need to, if we're going to have a hope of limiting these things through arms control, we're going to have to probably arms race a little bit, and then and to get China's attention and get to a point where they feel that the advantages that we have in this area are more problematic for them than the advantages they gain from having comparable capabilities.
Yeah, if I could just tack on there for a minute, I totally agree that that's actually where I think that we need to do. We need to, and now I'm going to talk about China in particular. Right now, China doesn't have any incentive to begin talking about any kind of arms control. We're miles away from that because they have the advantage. There's not really a reason for them to do that. The missile advantage is what I'm talking about regionally. And so what I have argued is that the United States needs to be working hard now to create an environment conducive for the Chinese to begin talking. And, before we even start talking about arms control or kind of, institutionalizing some kind of agreement, we need to just have some greater transparency. And it's the lack of the transparency on the part of the Chinese about their entire program and their intent and how they intend to use these in the direction they're going, that's creating concern on the part of the United States and causing the United States to start planning for the worst case scenario, which we've heard that from senior Pentagon officials. The United States has to plan for what we think the Chinese might be doing worst case scenario, barring the Chinese dispelling us of this false idea that we have. And so I would argue all these things we just talked about in the first half of the panel, we should be doing on the front end before we can start having a serious conversation about controlling weapons, at least vis-a-vis China.
Sam.
Thanks, Tom. Yeah, I don't have any unique insight on what are the conditions in which something could be likely, or what needs to happen first. But I would just say, from like a policy nerd's perspective, what would be ideal is if I think that the next arms control doesn't just consider range. That maneuverability is embedded within, and probably also that we stop calling everything ballistic that's not, right? Because I think that's sort of problematic. I think just thinking about range made sense when everything was ballistic, but now I think now that we're talking about really kind of the extreme ends of maneuverability, I think we need to just and things that can follow non-ballistic profiles, we need to try to weave that in to arms control.
Okay, well, I do want to pull the thread on a couple of your comments about missile defense, but there's a number of comments here in the chat room. I do encourage folks to please submit them. I'm looking at all of them. A number of comments here about anti-ship cruise missiles. So we're back in the garden variety, probably subsonic, maybe supersonic terminal kind of thing. And if I'm not mistaken, Ankit said there a little bit ago, anti-ship cruise missiles good. And even some of our allies, Japan, even thinking about that or getting some of that stuff. And I'm curious to kind of push on that. Why are anti-ship cruise missiles good for stability and deterrence and not destabilizing? And yet there's kind of this sense, I think it was referenced earlier, that something like SM-32A ballistic missile defense is not. How do you kind of square that?
Sure. I guess, I'm happy to start on that. So the way and before the pandemic, I guess this was something I was talking to folks in Korea and Japan a lot more about, is the role of anti-ship missiles generally within the First Island chain. And the general idea that I think animates these discussions, we've talked about deterrence tonight, but really when we think about conventional deterrence in Asia under the nuclear threshold, the goal that these weapons contribute, I think, is to augment a deterrence by denial approach. Basically, we've been talking about Chinese A2AD for over a decade now. Flip that on its head and get China to worry a little bit about American and allied combined ability to restrict the room for maneuver for the PLA Navy in the Taiwan Strait or East China Sea or where have you. So these missiles do that by basically telling China that there are capabilities that these aren't open seas free for maneuver, that the U.S. will be able to respond and impose costs if China does decide one day that it will invade Taiwan, for instance. So that's one consideration. The SM-3 point, and look, I didn't come out and say that SM-3 bad. I don't believe that. The concern that I have, narrowly, I commented a little bit about FTM-44, and we don't have to talk too much about that. But I do worry about, I believe in the security dilemma, that this does drive instability, that if we demonstrate certain capabilities that cause our nuclear armed adversaries to worry about their secure second strike capabilities, and Homeland Missile Defense does do that, I think it makes us all less safe, and it takes us in the direction of an arms race that is, frankly, I don't think in our interest. I don't think it's in their interest. But of course, the security dilemma spirals out of control, and we find ourselves in a place where, we're talking about our adversaries developing intercontinental range HCVs to assure their ability to penetrate these systems. But not only that, autonomous nuclear submarines, nuclear propulsion, cruise missiles, or what have you in Russia, certainly. So I think for me at least, these two issues are separate. If we want to talk about, what role does SM-32A have in intercepting a conventional DF-26 coming at Guam exoatmospherically, I think that's a totally separate conversation. And of course, SM-3 has been validated against intermediate range class targets today, but it's just about thinking about the can of worms, so to speak, that we'll be opening once we do head down that line. So my views on Homeland Missile Defense vis-a-vis strategic stability, I think, are sort of a separate issue from the narrower issues that arise with theater missile defense.
All right, let me bounce it over to Ian and maybe Rebecca about the, again, anti-ship cruise missiles contributing to deterrence by denial. And yet you also heard there at the end, regional air and missile defense, theater defenses also contribute to deterrence by denial. So thoughts on that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think, if you look at China and the Pacific and the way they're looking to project power, I think there's a limit to how much they, I think, how much they're looking to project power with ships. I think if you look at how much they're investing in land-based missiles, in long-range things like DF-21, DF-26 that purportedly have anti-ship capabilities meant to go after carrier groups, it seems that that is a big part of their power projection, the way they envision themselves projecting power in the region. So being able to fend off a Chinese fleet you only can get so far in terms of denying their power projection ability.
Okay, I think Sam, you had your hand up, and Rebecca too.
All right, thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to add to the Homeland Defense point. I think just in my interviews, one takeaway that I saw was that there was wide agreement that we should do something in response to gliders in theater. Precisely what was debated, but for Homeland Defense, there was much more division, which is perhaps unsurprising, right? Because it speaks to ambitions for Homeland Defense and mutual vulnerability. There were some experts who I spoke with who said, something to the effect of, we may be entering a new technological era, which could upend traditional notions of strategic stability, and mutual vulnerability may not be the right framework. And then there were others who said it is absolutely the right framework, and are taking actions to undermine their nuclear deterrent is going to lead to their pursuing more menacing capabilities to hold us at risk. So just this, this interesting division. I wasn't quite expecting everyone who's been writing about this and and who I interviewed to be sort of in agreement that we should be doing something on the theater level, but on the homeland level, again, there was serious division.
Yeah, if I could just, what I appreciated about Ankit's answer there is he was very specific about why he is kind of allergic to this idea of having too robust of a homeland defense. And I appreciate that he didn't make a cost argument or a technological argument. It was a strategic stability argument. And I think that's helpful because then it kind of sets the table for how we can have that conversation. I would argue, because I do think that it is technically possible to have for the United States to improve on our homeland defenses such that we can defend against some of the kinds of offensive capabilities that our adversaries are already working on. So this is not something like if we build these defenses, then we're going to trip a wire and then cause China and Russia to begin building, increasingly complex offensive weapon systems specifically to target the United States. And oh, by the way, they're also working on homeland defense as well and don't have any qualms when it comes to building their own homeland defenses. So, it's pricey, but again, this comes back to a policy decision. If the United States has makes it is serious about the policy and taking away that open pot shot that the Chinese might think might be worth the cost, to take that away, to disincentivize for the Chinese to think that might be worth it, then we should move in that direction to invest in that kinds of capability. And my argument, I'm persuaded that closing that gap is stabilizing because it takes away that, it disabuses the notion that would be just an easy thing for our adversaries to do. And I think that there's downward pressure on us to start thinking seriously about this again and not just sort of put this away like, oh my goodness, homeland defense, can't talk about that, that's destabilizing. I don't think we really ever had the luxury to kind of do that, but I think we really don't have the luxury to do that because of the kinds of weapon systems our adversaries are developing. And also because of what I discussed in the first part about, if we really are going to defend the Indo-Pacific, make sure it's free and open, and we are willing to shoot at shooters, especially left of launch. I mean, which I think there's also this myth that left of launch means preemption. It's not. In the middle of a conflict where it's offensive strike, we don't want to sit there and wait until we have to have the vexing problem of trying to intercept a missile that has all the kinds of hard to hit junk on it. We want to hit it as early on as we can. But if the United States is going to do that, and if we're willing to shoot at the shooter, and that shooter is on Chinese territory, homeland territory, we better start thinking about the second, third order possible escalatory impact of that and how the Chinese might react. And I think in thinking through that, the United States absolutely would be foolish not to be thinking serious about our own homeland defense in the event something like that does happen, and there's some miscalculations and escalation does happen. So again, blurring of lines, not just in the kinds of weapon systems, but how we think about strategic versus tactical and regional versus homeland, and how these things are going to bleed together if deterrence does break down.
Let me pull the thread on that a little bit. Just as we were kind of attacking the hard lines around what constitutes a hypersonic thing, I think in this exchange right here, you see, and Rebecca pointed it out, an explicit, I would say, focus on, homeland BMD against ICBMs, potentially destabilizing, regional BMD for Guam and what have you against some lofted, wicked fast maneuvering ballistic missiles, good and stabilizing. And somebody made the observation about, we don't have this kind of conversation about China, or maybe there's a sense that we wouldn't attack the Chinese mainland in the same way or something like that. But given that there's so many of these distinctions breaking down, and given that North America is a region too, and given, as we've discussed in the first part of this panel, that it's not just about ballistics anymore, why ought we to think that stability for the strategic stability is going to be principally derived from vulnerability to ballistic missile attack when they can find hypersonic or cruise missile ways to attack us as well? So maybe just kind of pull on that a little bit as well.
Okay, I would just say, without having a position on this, just this point, right? This division really speaks to, I think, a core policy distinction that's driving a lot of this, right? Are our strategic aims to, there are some people that I spoke with that said, we're in a strategic conflict with, we are in a strategic competition with Russia and China. And we need to think about not just, theater capabilities to hit certain capabilities in their mainland, but we need to also think about some of their strategic capabilities, and whether that means our offensive systems plus our homeland defense systems. But we need to start rethinking what it means to be strategic stability. And then there are others who said, we may be in some sort of a competition with Russia and China, but it's not at the strategic level. So we should really try to draw a wall around what we think are like our strategic nuclear capabilities and what we think their strategic nuclear capabilities. So just pointing out that this question, I think, is at it is really, really fundamental to understanding these more myriad positions that people have.
Anybody else?
Oh, no, go ahead, Rebecca.
I lost my train of thought there for a second. Oh, I would just say, again, for me, it's a matter of looking at timing, looking at which alligator is closest to the boat, building defenses against that, but obviously not precluding the United States and preventing ourselves from not investing in defensive capabilities against these more challenging threats, cruise missile threats, hypersonic glide vehicles, that kind of thing, and simply just focusing on ballistic missile threat. But I do think, because we do have a more pressing kind of threat against like North Korean ICBMs, that it would be a mistake to stop investing in, for instance, the ground-based mid-course defense system, simply because the threat against the United States from these more sophisticated weapons is quickly growing and mounting. And even if we're talking about peer competitors, that the rogue nations are going to end up just because of proliferation with some of these kinds of technologies. I do think, though, the United States needs to be very cognizant of the fact that these threats are becoming much more challenging, and we can't just put, hamstring ourselves just looking at the ballistic threat. And we're going to have to think about what kind of directed energy and those other kinds of technologies that are going to be able to get at across the spectrum. Especially I'm talking about the kinds of threats that can be posed against the U.S. homeland in particular. So I think that we need to kind of keep our eye on what we've used to think of as far term, but it's increasingly not far term. It's sort of middle term, and then obviously space and the value that the HBTSS would provide for the United States for being able to see things better before we even get to the point where we're able to shoot them down, and then the attending technology to have shooters that goes with HBTSS. But the question is an excellent one, Tom, and it's one that I think we just don't have the luxury of just kind of putting out these other threats out of our mind and just focusing on this sort of limited ballistic missile threat to the homeland.
Can I do a quick follow-up there, Rebecca? You've mentioned a couple of times GMD and some other things. You just said there, don't cut GMD. I'm curious about your perspective on the next generation interceptor, which is an enormous muscle movement for the budget. There's going to be some trade-offs that have to be made. It's going to be difficult in the budget to do everything. So you've talked about NGI, you've talked about expanding GMD capacity, but also standard missile underlay for the homeland. So that's a lot. It's going to cost a lot. How do you pick?
I want all of it, Tom, but I want all of it. No, I would say, I mean, if I were the one deciding how we would do this right now, I would say that the administration has left a really unacceptable gap in the timeline. At the end of this term of this administration, it's really kind of a Hail Mary is what NGI has seemed to me in terms of putting it in there because of the cancellation, the hasty cancellation of the RKB. Even if it was necessary to cancel the RKB, it really left us in a lurch. And so I love new technologies that are going to get at increasingly complex missile threats. And so everything I've heard about NGI is exciting to me. And I love this idea of a souped up interceptor providing increased capability. And so I want to have that. But I do think it's a matter of looking at the timeline. And if we're not going to be able to stop or reverse North Korea, for instance, the alligator closest to the boat in terms of providing a threat to the US homeland, we have to make sure that we don't skimp on the capabilities that we currently have at hand right now. So I would definitely make sure that, whether it's schlepping more GBIs or increasing, doing something like that, or coming up with some solution, whether it's SM32A or THAAD. THAAD is sort of this, redheaded stepchild that doesn't get talked about much for Homeland Defense. Whatever it is for underlay, we do need to make sure that our homeland, I think, is shored up and protected, even as we invest in these future capabilities, which I think are important and worthwhile, just not at the expense of leaving the United States vulnerable today.
Ian's been waiting. I'd love to get your just general take on missile defense and stability, the themes that were just discussed.
Yeah, and I was gonna add a little anecdote. I was a couple years ago. I was at a conference in China where we were discussing a lot of these issues, and I left that conference with the distinct impression that the Chinese weren't actually that concerned about the U.S. Homeland Missile Defense System. There was a very interesting presentation by one of the fairly prominent people in their defense industry, actually one of the chief designers of the DF-26. And he gave a presentation of how to deal with the U.S. Homeland Missile Defense System. And it wasn't to come up with long range, gliders or things to overcome the U.S. Missile Defense System. It was, we just need to build a few more ICBMs, a handful of more ICBMs. And if you look at the realistic trajectory of the growth of potential growth of U.S. Homeland Missile defenses, and it was, the most cost-effective way was just to build a few more traditional kind of old, normal ICBMs. So I do wonder, is there, is China? I don't think really China's going to be moving in the direction of gliders and hypersonic weapons for atmospheric hypersonics for homeland to attack the U.S. homeland.
Okay.
And there was also more quiet discussion among some of the Chinese participants on the side of saying, if we were really concerned about the U.S. Homeland Missile Defense System, we would clip North Korea's wings, and we would make that problem go away and reduce the incentive for the United States to build a Homeland Missile Defense System in the first place. That would be the cheapest way of them to deal with the U.S. Homeland Missile Defense System. So I think I was really surprised by some of those insights.
So thank you, Ian. One of the questioners that's been submitted talks about artificial intelligence. And I might send this to you, Ankit, and kind of connect it with the hypersonic thing. I think I would connect it with frankly, targeting. It's been said a couple of times along the way here, I think by Rebecca, maybe somebody else, about, well, hypersonic missiles are good for time-sensitive targets. But of course, one way to get around that is to keep moving and mobility. So how do you see the role and really the potential of artificial intelligence and retargeting? You may have to slow down to retarget, playing in terms of this increasingly fast kill chain here.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. The place where I see AI having the most relevance is actually in the sensor and reconnaissance layer, helping planners make sense of what they're seeing, where the targets are, and where the targets are going to be in the near future. With the notion of a glider, one of the most controversial parts in talking about glider design is the extent to which gliders are retargetable and their ability to receive signals from the exterior, which is not a straightforward task at all. You have all sorts of weird, aerothermal chemistry happening around that glider that's going at Mach 20 in the atmosphere. You get hot plasma forming. It's not the easiest thing to send an update to the glider in flight. So that's actually one of the misconceptions about HGVs, that it's very straightforward to tell a glider that's flying towards Beijing to divert off and go to Shanghai, for instance. So does AI have a role on board the glider? I think this, the answer to this question, I think, opens up another can of worms, which is just the extent to which, you'd be comfortable with having autonomous systems that are capable of acquiring certain targets and making decisions themselves in flight. I'm personally not comfortable with that notion for the actual application of AI to HGV systems. But more broadly speaking, I think the place where AI could make a difference, and this is much broader than HGVs alone. This applies to really any kind of long-range strike capability, precision strike capability, is in that sensor and reconnaissance layer. So that's where I really, if I had to make investments in AI in this sector, I think that's really where I think on a dollar-for-dollar basis you're going to get the best return.
Well, thank you for fielding the difficulty of retargeting or even of communications when you're coming in at those screaming speeds. I was hoping that you raised that. Doesn't that, however, to circle back to the beginning, doesn't that make one wonder about the relative desirability of coming in at those speeds as opposed to slowing down and maybe using something a little bit slower in the end game where it can open its eyes, look around, make an assessment of the threat, and especially if the threat's moving. Again, it's kind of, we're back to the original question of is more speed always better?
I think that's a really good point. I mean, yeah, you have low observable subsonic cruise missiles that are going to have their eyes open. You're able to communicate with them. If we talk about penetrability, depending on your assessments of where Chinese and Russian missile defense capabilities are going to be in the near future, nobody's had an easy time with cruise missile defense. So that may make more sense. And I think in a lot of scenarios, it does make sense. But, what we've been talking about, the hypothetical North Korean solid propellant TEL that's being fueled and, your allies are freaking out, you're freaking out, you want something to hit that fast. I think that's where a lot of this allure for HGVs and even conventional ballistic MARVs comes in. But yes, I mean, having that ability to really assure your full control over the flight of this incoming payload. I think there's something to be said for that.
Sam or Ian, I think one of you might have had your hand up.
Oh yeah, I would just to kind of two finger what Anki just said. Yeah, I mean, I think that's why, to kind of go back to an earlier question, why I think that these new hypersonic capabilities are part of a mix of capabilities of subsonic, hypersonic, supersonic. There's different situations where you're going to want different capabilities and different options, and so that's why I don't see hypersonic cruise missiles replacing Tomahawk or Tomahawk-like systems, but rather a part of a new quiver in a diverse strike complex. I mean, Tomahawks, the latest iteration of Tomahawks have a loitering ability, and that could communicate with each other, and and that, I think that brings a lot of unique capabilities that you probably wouldn't be able to get from a hypersonic.
Yeah. All right. Well, we've got about 5 minutes left. I want to see if everybody want to just kind of close out with about a minute apiece for anything else you'd like to end on, and maybe some topics we haven't hit upon. But Sam, you want to get us started?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I would just reiterate something that we've said a few times today, that this isn't this isn't just a technological conversation, that this is also a policy conversation. I think Rebecca said that, and I think that's absolutely right. So when you are, especially for the folks not on this panel, but the folks that are just trying to understand this debate, you should think about, what are the positions that these folks have about strategic stability, about what the strategic end game is. And by pulling on those questions, I think you can get better insight into, this physicist says that gliders don't work. This physicist says gliders are the future, right? How do we determine? And then pulling on those questions, I think can give you more insight into, what the military aims that they're looking to achieve.
Great. Rebecca?
Yeah, just a couple of things just to reiterate. Obviously, I do think this all comes back to policy. If the United States really is committed to free and open Indo-Pacific, and that should drive the budget and to drive our strategy. And I just wanted to at least kind of foot stomp that, our allies have very strong views about this too, and about how they want to be defended. And so I think we should definitely not be overly pessimistic about the diplomatic opportunities that we have to cooperate with our allies to get some of this offensive fires deployed. And also that the strategic benefit that they give us should not merely be looked at sort of burden sharing. We kind of hit around that in this panel, but it's very important. The United States is not going to be able to do any of this if we don't have good relationships with our allies and partners, and we appreciate what they can contribute. And then also my last point, Guam is going to be very critical for all of this. I kind of view it visually as just sort of the hub of all these different spokes. And so to Ankeet's point about reloading capability. It's very far away from the United States, that area, but that Guam as US territory, and Admiral Davidson has talked about US homeland Guam, thinking about the strategic importance of Guam and making sure that Guam is very robustly defended so that the United States even has these options, I think is going to be critical.
Great. Ankeet, some parting thoughts?
Yeah, sure. Happy to. So, just bringing this back to the strategic nuclear level. So generally speaking, in terms of nuclear strategic stability, HGVs don't keep me up at night right now. What would make HGVs keep me up at night is a direct threat to the US homeland from non-nuclear HGVs, which is not a threat that exists today. Like I said, the avant-garde is nuclear only, but it is something that we may have to think about down the pike. And that's a concern for US NC3 and basically, potentially a future threat to the American second strike capability, right? Just national command and control and HGVs, I think, is something worth thinking about seriously. On the narrower point of the Indo-Pacific, which really kind of turned into the regional theme for tonight, we didn't really talk much about the transatlantic context. I think I would agree with my co-panelists. I mean, look, I'm someone that spends a lot of time thinking about hardware in the Indo-Pacific, but the prescription, I think, to really, if we want to support peace and stability in this region, a lot of that work is in the software space, and not just software in terms of keeping our alliances healthy, which I fully echo Rebecca on that point, but also just in terms of military operations, thinking more carefully about logistics operations, some of the stuff that's just frankly less sexy than something flying at Mach 20 in the atmosphere. I mean, we gotta really make sure that in thinking about these future contingencies in the Indo-Pacific region, we're not just thinking about how a conflict begins or the very early stages and the targets that become relevant there, but the ability to sustain operations. And I think this is frankly the biggest challenge, to conduct these operations across 60 million square miles of ocean in the Pacific. It's not a straightforward task. It will require coordination with our allies and thinking more carefully about all of this.
Great. Ian, final thoughts?
Yeah, I just think as you look at it these emerging technologies, it's always sometimes easy to forget that dinosaurs still roam the earth, and we still the bulk of the air missile threats that we face are kind of older, regular old ballistic. Sorry, Sam, but regular old ballistic missiles, and so we can't be myopic in however we choose to address it. We can't be myopic in just looking at the new stuff, and I think there's a big relationship. We oftentimes like to bifurcate regional defenses and homeland defenses, or regional deterrence and homeland deterrence. These are inexorably linked, and threats to the homeland, particularly from state actors, they will emerge from regional level conflicts. So the better that and more resources that we put into deterring those conflicts at that level, and keeping our forces overseas protected, and making it very hard for adversaries to take aggressive moves against either us or our allies, ultimately the safer that the homeland becomes. So
great. Well, hey, thanks to all of you. This has been a very wide-ranging and deep discussion. These are some tough questions. I don't think we're going to be answering them all anytime soon. Thanks as well to Eric Brewer and Rebecca Hirschman, and for the opportunity to participate here. And the powers that be at PONI tell me we're going to take about a 10-minute break and reconvene at 2:20 Eastern. So thanks again to the panelists and for all the thoughtful questions that the audience submitted. So thanks.
Well, welcome back, everyone. It's terrific to have so many of you continuing to join us for our conference on the Nuclear Nexus, and especially to be here for this final panel before our keynote presentation from Heather Wilson at 4 o'clock. This panel, we've sort of saved some of the toughest issues for the last, which is how we think about automation, AI, and managing nuclear crises. And there's really a lot to think about and a lot on the plate for our exceptional panelists today. There's a lot of big questions about this at the Nuclear Nexus. How should we think about the role of AI in improving or threatening strategic stability and crisis management? How do we think about AI? Does it equal autonomy? Is it more about precision? Is it more about predictability? Like, what are the attributes of autonomy that really intersect with the nuclear arena, and what should we be concerned about? In particular, how should we think about the convergence of these factors inside our nuclear command and control system? Should it be the biggest thing we're worried about? Are we missing some things by focusing on that? How have we figured out how to talk about it? Like a few others areas in the Nuclear Nexus series, but I think even harder than almost any other, the problem is with AI, there isn't just one nexus, right? AI is the nexus with the missile threat discussion. We had one panel earlier. It is, a nexus with all the technical capabilities, AI in space, AI in surveillance, AI in NC3. It's a Rubik's Cube of intersections that we have to figure out how to unpack. We won't get to them all today, but we have 3 exceptional speakers for this panel to at least help us get that conversation started and figure out what we should be working on going forward. Let me introduce them to you, and then I'll ask them to kind of dive into their remarks for 10 to 15 minutes each. Our first presenter will be Paul Scharr. Paul Scharr is a senior fellow and director of technology and the National Security Program at the Center for a New American Security. He's the author of the book, Army of None, Autonomous Weapons and the Future of War. And prior to joining CNAS, Paul worked as special assistant to the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, where he played a lot of important roles in establishing policies on unmanned and autonomous systems. He's had a number of other important positions, but that's probably enough to get you started feeling like he's got a lot to offer to this conversation. Then we'll turn to Elsa Kania. Elsa is an adjunct senior fellow with the Technology and National Security Program at CNAS. Her research focuses on Chinese military strategy and military innovation, emerging technologies. She's a go-to expert on China and is currently pursuing her PhD. She works in a variety of capacities in sort of non-resident forms, and she is a terrific scholar and expert who always has a lot to offer on these issues, especially in terms of looking at it from how we might understand the way China thinks on these topics. And then wrapping it up will be Lindsay Shepard. Lindsay is a fellow with the International Security Program at CSIS, and she focuses on the nexus of emerging technologies and national security for the United States and allied and partner nations. She's been focusing on the areas of artificial intelligence, machine learning, autonomous systems, defense innovation policy, and technology ecosystems. And she is the author of one of our forthcoming articles in the PONI International Security at the Nuclear Nexus series that'll look specifically at risks and benefits of integrating integrating artificial intelligence across different types of components within our NC3 system. So couldn't be better to get this conversation going. I'm looking forward to all of your remarks and the conversation to follow. So with that, I'll turn to you first, Paul.
Thanks, Rebecca. Thanks for having me as part of this discussion. Good seeing you again, Lindsay and Elsa, and thanks everyone for joining. Let me give a start by, a huge shout out to all of the scholars who've been doing some really interesting and excellent work on this issue of the intersection between artificial intelligence or automation and nuclear stability in the last few years. There's been just a huge explosion of scholarship here. Certainly your team at CSIS, Rebecca and Lindsay, and also scholars at SIPRI, RAND, Institute for Security and Technology, and elsewhere. I think as the explosion that we've seen in deep learning has started coming out into the national security space, and people are, really running fast to try to understand what does that mean. One of the first areas that people have focused attention, quite understandably, is on issues of nuclear stability. And there's been some really interesting work. So I will just try to highlight a couple maybe high-level ideas to get the conversation going, and then really interested in hearing from Elsa and Lindsay as well. I think a couple points maybe that I would make just that are worth acknowledging, that I think certainly all the panelists, I think many people in the audience understand, but are worth just kind of bringing out in the open. One is that, all of these terms like automation, autonomy, artificial intelligence, machine learning are related, but are not exactly the same thing. And particularly are relevant when we're talking about their integration into the nuclear enterprise. So what do I mean particularly by that? Well, one is that there was already automation, very simple forms of automation used in a whole variety of ways throughout the nuclear enterprise, in delivery vehicles and payloads, within command and control, within early warning. So it's not quite as simple as saying, there's no automation at all. There's obviously also humans at all of these stages playing really, really vital roles in exercising human judgment, and we want to keep it that way. What's new is that as the technology is maturing, we're seeing the potential for more advanced forms of possibly rule-based systems of automation come along and be employed, more autonomous vehicles that could be employed either in delivery platforms or vehicles, or in counterforce systems that might have big implications there. And then, of course, we're seeing machine learning play a really valuable role in information processing. And machine learning brings its whole set of its own challenges as a technology, but it's likely to play a role, at least in the ISR components, of understanding information around the globe, and therefore play a role in how we think about nuclear, early warning and indications and warning. I want to talk maybe first about the issues of nuclear early warning and command and control, where there are lots of examples of automation today used to speed processes, to pass data. There are extreme examples of automated systems like the Soviet perimeter system, a semi-automated dead hand system, that I think are interesting places to talk about. And we could certainly talk about that in a panel and in the Q&A. What's interesting about some of these issues is that while there are obvious risks involved in automation, there's oftentimes a strategic logic to such systems. Not only that there could be value in some places if you can automate things reliably, but there also might be ways to avoid false positives depending on how automation is used, and improve the accuracy of our early warning systems. There's also sort of an even earlier level in the process when we think about strategic decision support systems. An interesting historical example here is the Soviet VRIAN system in the 80s that reportedly had drawn upon biased data inputs to draw on data of indications and warning for a U.S. surprise attack. And so that's a place where one could imagine a role for machine learning and processing data and giving people better information. But also there's a lot of concerns if humans succumb to automation bias and overtrust the machines, if the data is flawed, right? Or the rules in which the data processing is flawed. If we're talking about handcrafted human rules for, say, indications and warning, well, are the humans estimating the right things? As we build more complex systems, they can become more opaque. How do humans trust those systems? And there's risk of both under-trusting and over-trusting them. And then we start talking about machine learning systems that are trained on data. Well, what data are they using, right? We don't have examples of nuclear surprise attacks. And so, that's another concern that might come up. One other thing that I'll just kind of raise as an interesting area to explore here is the role of autonomy in nuclear launch platforms and delivery systems. As we see more uninhabited vehicles being employed in all domains, do we begin to see states using these as nuclear delivery platforms? Now, of course, we already have uninhabited delivery vehicles today, like an ICBM. What's different is they're not recoverable, right? So launching an ICBM is tantamount to a decision to start a nuclear war. It's the human decision is tightly linked then to the decision about nuclear use. If there's a flaw in the ICBM's functioning, maybe it goes awry, it hits the wrong target, but the human is linked to this sort of decision about use. One can imagine future systems that are recoverable platforms, an uninhabited bomber or an undersea vehicle, where that may not be the case. And that's another interesting place where U.S. Air Force leaders have said repeatedly they're not interested. They're not going to do that. Other countries may not be in the same place. Certainly, Russia's talked about the Status 6 system, and we could talk about what people think of that. But that's a place where, again, I think one of the challenges is there can be some strategic logic in some of these capabilities in certain scenarios, depending on what threats a state is facing or how they view their strategic position. There's obviously risks involved in employing the technology. And I want to clear, I'm not advocating for using the technology in this way. But what makes it often challenging is that there could be situations where it could be stabilizing if a capability makes a state more secure in their second strike retaliatory options. So, and all of which is to say, I think it's an interesting space. I'm very excited to explore and looking forward to having the discussion with the rest of the panel and you, Rebecca, today. Thank you.
I'm very glad to be joining the conversation. We'll try to follow up on Paul's insightful remarks with a couple of quick comments and observations on trends and the state of play in China today. And by way of a quick retrospective, my own work trying to make sense of how the Chinese military thought about AI and the future of warfare started when I noticed the PLA, People's Liberation Army, initial reactions from scholars and scientists to events that didn't create quite as much of a ripple in the US at the time, such as AlphaGo's defeat of Lee Sedol in the spring of 2016. And this was arguably a milestone for machine learning in the US conversation. It highlighted that AI was, in general, was advancing more quickly than expected and capable of undertaking complex tactics and stratagems within at least a game scenario that had greater complexity than those in which it had previously been successful. But for the Chinese military at the time, one of the critical takeaways from watching this event and comparing the game of Go to the battlefield, which is quite a leap, but one that we've since seen with a greater debate on the importance of AI and, for instance, command decision-making come more into play. This was one of the impetuses for the initial launch of a lot of thinking, theorizing, and at least conceptual experimentation in the PLA about thinking about AI and future warfare, and the notion this much more contrived scenario, a machine could be superior to humans in tactics, strategizing, and decision-making, then perhaps one day the same could be true in the battlefield as well. And of course, if we look back to the fall of 2017, the notion of the development of an intelligent military or military intelligentization became official with Xi Jinping's remarks and call for the PLA to accelerate this process against the backdrop of efforts to improve its capability in joint operations and all domain operations enabled by network information systems. And when we think about how the PLA might bring some of these new emerging capabilities into play, I think it's important to contextualize that against the backdrop of PLA reforms and the aspirations to emerge as a world-class military, and the dual drivers here of the recognition with regard to AI and beyond of the notion of a revolution in military affairs that is emerging and changing the determinants of victory in military struggle, as well as the perception that China may have a unique opportunity, perhaps even a historic one, to be at the forefront of these new advances and to compete with the US in these frontiers. And at the same time, that's also shaped by a fear of disadvantage, a fear of falling behind the US, which is still perceived as much more powerful as an adversary and as the primary challenger to Chinese military power. And I think this has really shaped the initial approach to AI, a learning from the US, attempts to keep pace with the US, and attention as well to the potential implications for strategic stability, in some cases playing off of and informed by the very robust conversations that have been happening in a US context. I always find in reading Chinese writings or talking to Chinese colleagues and counterparts, I'm impressed by their grasp of US debates and how closely much of that is followed, though of course there can also be misperceptions and potential distortions that could be deleterious to mutual understanding or exacerbate misperception. And I think one of those has sometimes been a tendency to have exaggerated understandings of US capabilities and perhaps a more alarmist assessments of US intentions as well, though I think that started to be calibrated over time with a recognition of, beyond the initial enthusiasm for AI and its disruptive potential, the actual practical challenges of bringing these capabilities into bear in practice, especially in looking more practically at where AI may fit into the overall system of systems for Chinese operations and weapon systems, and whether that is in terms of early warning and intelligence, or the development of weapon systems that are more intelligentized in their capacity for targeting and autonomy, or advances in planning, logistics, decision-making across the board. So there's quite extensive experimentation, research and development in China today that is starting to gain some traction, and that we can anticipate could be applied in a nuclear context, or at least certainly within the PLA rocket force, as we also see China's approach to a nuclear deterrence and strategic capabilities writ large undergo a transition, as China's building up a triad in its own right, as there is greater entanglement between nuclear and conventional capabilities, even down to the level of individual brigades within the PLA rocket force. And as these same assessments about the changing character of conflict result in a recognition that with speed and complexity comes a premium on rapid response and a cognitive complexity that may make create new challenges for commanders, such as some greater amount of automation or intelligent assistance in decision-making will become necessary. So I think, yeah, much of what I'm discussing is not too distinct or dissimilar from the debates happening in a US context, though I think some of where we may see divergences are emerge from the different character of the Chinese military as a party army, and one in which there will be different dynamics of trust, different considerations in command, and in some cases, despite a recognition of the human element, lesser trust in human commanders as decrying their poor capabilities in judging the situation, and seeing potentially a new big data analytic driven techniques as a solution to that. So I think going forward, we can expect to see continued attempts to put these capabilities into practice within the PLA rocket force and across the PLA, as we see new weapon systems tested and fielded, as we see new advances and attempts to integrate AI and ML into command decision systems, and just a couple years after the PLA was watching AlphaGo with alarm, today we can just, in the past couple of weeks and looking ahead to the next few, PLA Rocket Force has a major competition underway in AI with a focus on applications and remote sensing, including potential target recognition. And the Chinese military is about to host a major exposition of intelligent weapons and equipment, including a rather dazzling array of unmanned systems with varying degrees of autonomy. So, and at the same time, there's a major competition underway using AI systems in wargaming for offense and defense in a scenario of joint operations. So, for all that there can be a lot of hype in the space, there's real progress in the PLA, and I think reasons for concern going forward as we think about the broader implications for strategic stability in at a very complex moment in U.S.-China relations. But I will stop there for now and leave the rest of it for the conversation, as I'll look forward to the questions and continuing the discussion. And thanks again.
Thank you so much, Elsa. Lindsay, how about you?
Awesome. Well, I look forward to providing the final provocation before we open it up to questions and discussions. So I will say, I think, excellent remarks from Paul and Elsa, and they really teed up I think there's a kind of a paradox that we're facing here in this space. And one is that, there are very obvious places where it is not acceptable to put a technology such as machine learning that is relatively immature into some of these systems. And yet we do also face a need to have a conversation about where are areas that may be readily ready or primed to receive this type of technology and to deploy it. And so I do think that it is worth disambiguating that conversation because to kind of conflate the two really does a disservice primarily to those areas that are very far left of launch, far left of any type of operational decision making to launch or to engage in some type of conflict where we could actually see significant benefits or at least incentives and areas where it may be ready for AI. And so I look forward, Rebecca, to exploring this further through the written piece, but just to give everyone a flavor, I do think there are kind of four broad areas within the nuclear command and control system that are, kind of right at the front of the pack that we should consider. Either areas where AI may exist in some form today, at least, one to my knowledge that we can speak to. And then three others that I think are getting, are readying themselves. One, we see applications in cybersecurity and defense and physical security and defense. This would look very similar, as Paul mentioned, having that type of automation, being able to really interface well with a human. What can we automate? What can we not? We've mentioned intelligence and indications and warnings. This is very closely tied to an explosion in the availability of particularly overhead imagery of data. And we have a high quality of data. Just looking at the resolution of satellite imagery that is available today to you and I, we can go download it. We could purchase it if we wanted. But that even that resolution of imagery is far superior to what we had as a national technical asset in, say, the 80s and the 90s. And so this is really, just the quality. But I would say in the last 5 years, just the breadth of data that is available. So what are new things that we can do with that? Can we do automated change detection or pattern of life assessments? And I think I would point you to this week, we had a very nice flavor of what that could look like in the nuclear enterprise, potentially at scale, when we had, assessments from Jeffrey Lewis and his team regarding a resumption of Russian missile testing. There's an article in CNN that I encourage you all to look at, and to really, one, the availability of imagery to you and I is really striking. But the level of context that level of analysis was able to have in terms of having quickly discerned relatively, in timelines, as far as we're speaking, a pattern of behavior, a pattern of testing patterns, and the ability to rapidly detect changes in that pattern and to make an assessment. I think, that is really just kind of a taste and a sample of what could possibly be, on the horizon for us if we're thinking through how do we really integrate this type of capability. Another area where I can personally tell you, from experience, where AI already is looking at the aspects of modeling and simulation, optimization and design. So these are all activities and questions and challenges that happen so far left of launch, they shape the things that are being launched themselves. So we're thinking through how can we do next generation missile design, next generation system design. How can we make better trade-offs and better understand those trade-offs among competing factors and requirements as we think through? If we're looking at, take a missile as an example, am I trading off, the accuracy that I need it to have, the weight that it can carry, the logistics trail that I need it to have? Cost is one that everyone loves to throw in. And so helping decision makers and designers better understand that breadth of trade-offs to arrive at a decision that is going to be more informed and better explored than we would do in traditional design in the past, where it just relied on, I have a set of subject matter experts and they know, this is kind of what we've done before. This is the rule of thumb. But using optimization and using machine learning, we can better understand that breadth of that decision space. You know, one application that I think would be very interesting and particularly relevant to the nuclear community is thinking through, you know, can we use these modeling and simulation and design techniques to explore and address the resiliency and survivability of space architectures? You know, can we use this to test out new concepts that humans hadn't thought about before to really optimize not only the design, but the placement of a very limited and strategic resource and asset? And then finally, and we've seen this one demonstrated through the Department of Defense on the conventional side, but is looking at logistics and maintenance. You know, as many in the nuclear community have reminded me, you know, we are continually ready for an operation that we hope we never have to do. And we certainly can do very little testing to ensure that, you know, the equipment, when it comes out of the garage, that it's working as intended and as planned. And so thinking through, you know, how can we use data analytics and machine learning to really kind of support that logistics and maintenance mechanism to test out the reliability. You know, we've seen, you know, recent examples coming out of the Joint Artificial Intelligence Center in the Department of Defense, you know, proving out for helicopter systems that you can use machine learning to do predictive maintenance, to predict when failures will occur and replace those components before those failures occur. For an enterprise that gets to take its hardware out of the, you know, out and test very little, you know, being able to really incorporate these kinds of things could be a significant game changer for an enterprise that, you know, where logistics and maintenance is such a critical function relative to it, at least in the DoD nuclear enterprise. You know, that logistics mission is spread out across a variety of disparate stakeholders, and relative to the broader maintenance picture in the DoD is really a small share. So thinking through how can we, you know, really bring this capability to that particular mission set. And, you know, certainly there are, you know, foundational technical challenges to accomplish that, you know, upgrading your information technology infrastructure, getting the sensors in place, you know, gathering the data if you don't already have it. And these are all challenges that I think are really coming into the conversation as we think about what does next generation command and control look like? How do we modernize an aging infrastructure? And being able to kind of set the stage for this technology, if we so choose, I think are important conversations to have. However, there are certainly components that both Elsa and Paul have alluded to that I imagine we will get to talk about today, and I look forward to further discussion on. Is, you know, how do we get to trust? How do we get that calibrated trust in a technology that is relatively immature and does have significant risks and significant pitfalls? It is not a magic bullet and a one-size-fits-all solution. And I don't think we have an answer for, you know, how important is it that decision makers and senior leaders know how and when artificial intelligence has shaped that nuclear enterprise. So we're not talking about algorithms making a decision to launch, but we are talking about algorithms fundamentally shaping and informing the range of options and decisions and systems that our national leaders have available to them. At what point does this information have to flow up to the chain? I know Rebecca and her team have done fantastic work on this kind of, you know, paradox of what does it mean to have better situational awareness? Do we actually want to have greater insight, that greater granularity and fidelity into what other nations are doing? Do we really want to know their pattern of life? I'm not sure we have, and as Rebecca's you know, research indicated, it may not be as great as it sounds. You know, we've also seen scholarship in recent years on, you know, potential dynamic changes to do counterforce targeting more effectively. So if I can take advantage of all of that overhead imagery, that new ability to get into the decision cycle of adversaries, can I figure out what's going on with mobile missile launchers better? And does that now give me the ability to counterforce target more effectively? You know, and so we're seeing that, you know, how might these dynamics change? You know, going back to the modeling and simulation example, you know, how might dynamics between nations change if these systems are in fact actually more reliable and dependable and survivable? What happens if I know that my satellite communication architecture can actually ride out a first attack and a strike? In conventional conflict, for example, the ability to get into an adversary's decision cycles and activity cycles through tighter maintenance turns is a huge advantage. The Israelis have demonstrated this. If I can turn my aircraft twice as fast, I now have the ability to effectively have twice as many aircraft. But I can guarantee you nobody in this field is arguing that we need tighter timelines here. And finally, I think, Paul raised another interesting paradox that can really kind of, take this conversation home and open up for Q&A, is that we may actually find that some of these techniques may be more reliable than the existing ones we have today. So how do we balance those risks, that technical immaturity with needs for, predictability and traceability with some of these desired attributes that AI and automation and machine learning may actually be able to bring us? And so with that, I will turn it over to Rebecca, and I look forward to a wonderful conversation.
All right, that's great. It's really a fascinating subject. And Lindsay, thank you for, you've teed up a few things that I wanted to raise with the group. We have a few minutes. I'd like to ask you guys a couple questions and have a conversation between us. And then I will turn to the questions coming in the Q&A. The audience, please file those in. I will be turning to that pretty quickly and pulling you into the conversation. I see this, I've really enjoyed this conference, and actually I've really enjoyed working with every single one of the authors on the papers for the Nuclear Nexus article series. And one of the things that's been so interesting about it is, when you bring people who have been living in one community and ask them to kind of write about and talk about the other and talk about how they come together, we all have to go through a kind of a process. And that process is kind of interesting because our community, for me, it's kind of this nuclear WMD community. For you all, maybe it's the AI community, right? All I see is its complexity, its nuance, all the different factors. I'm immersed in the culture, the kind of ideological divisions, all of the various landmines that exist that can be sort of stepped on in all these different ways. I just sort of roll around in its complexity. And yet most of us, when we then turn around and talk about, the other in the nexus, it gets pretty simple, right? We reduce it to a couple of simple things. And I've seen it happen both ways working with the authors, which has really been kind of fun because it forces me to be self-aware about where I'm doing that in other areas as well. AI is probably the poster child for this dynamic. And it's really interesting how it comes together. And so why am I saying that? Well, the idea of automation, the idea of automated launch control type things, animates the nuclear disarmament narrative for decades. This is not part of new AI, kind of technology, right? It is an animating narrative in anxiety about even the utility of nuclear deterrence in a large part of the ideological spectrum. So, there's a reason war games, created the impression that it did, or the amount that if you ask anyone about sort of AI and automation, the Soviet perimeter dead hand system, right, just kind of comes to mind, except that wasn't AI, right? Like it was a different type of automation. Why am I saying that? Well, I want to make sure we have our eyes on the right ball. A lot of attention is going to this question of launch authority. And I guess the first question I want to ask you all is, is that good? Like, do you think we're worrying about that automating launch authority in some way is the thing we're worried about it? Like Elsa, is that a bigger concern with China? We don't have a Russia expert on really today, but, would they be doing it? I feel like it's overwrought on the US side, but maybe I'm missing something. So is that the right ball to be kind of looking at, or are we missing it? And it's really in more of the areas that Lindsay's talking about, where it's maybe more about how do you think about surveillance? How do you think about targeting? How do you think about the way we bring information together? All that stuff that's kind of behind the curtain, right? Before you ever get to launch authority. And how do we do that? And the second part of that question, I'll ask you all to comment on this, is not just, are we looking at the right piece of it? but are we fully appreciating both the benefits and the risks? You know, people don't fail safe all the time either, right? That's just a reality. So it's hard to know where that automated support would help us fail, you know, more dangerously or safer. I'm not sure of the answer of that, but I'm wondering if you have thoughts on that. What if your decision support, all of those types of things from surveillance, information, decision support, what if that was actually designed in some way as a mechanism of restraint, right? If it was failed to restraint, as opposed to failed to, you know, ensuring a launch. That's just one example. But I'm really interested in some of your thoughts about those different types of dynamics, and honestly, whether we're, at the end of the day, are we being sophisticated enough about what this intersection looks like? And Elsa, if you don't mind, I'll go to you first, because I think it's both from a US perspective, but, you know, I'm really interested if you have thoughts on how the Chinese might look at some of these questions, and then also Lindsay and Paul.
Sure, great questions there. A couple of themes have come to mind to start. First, on the question of launch authority. I think there's been a tendency in US debates to assume or project that China and Russia will be more likely to take humans out of the loop entirely or more unrestrained in their employment of these emerging capabilities. And there may be an element of truth in that, but I worry that a kind of oversimplification could create pressures that could lead to suboptimal decisions as to our own force posture and design of capabilities. And I can say, well, I think it's not unreasonable to expect that as we see greater maturity of these technologies, especially for instance in virtual domains such as cyber operations, there may very well be greater autonomy and or automation in different contexts and less human involvement in each step at a tactical level. But if we think about the strategic context and any potential decision on nuclear employment, that is a decision that would be made at the very highest levels of the Chinese Communist Party. So while I don't have confidence as to which humans will be in the loop on which decisions exactly at lower levels, tactically or operationally, when it comes to that kind of strategic decision of immense consequence, I can say with high confidence, I would expect that Xi Jinping will be the human in the loop, for at least for the foreseeable future on that front. So yeah, I think that there are reasons for concern when it comes to even enabling functions that AI and ML will bring into play in the near term. Early warning and intelligence, for instance, if there were to be faulty indicators, for instance, is one of the usual concerns that's brought up. And yeah, I think that there are sort of definitely reasons to think about and continue to explore the risks and potential pressures that could come into play with the expectation of greater speed, concerns about survivability, and some of the ambiguities about intentions in both directions. I think arguably we have mutually assured misperception between the US and China on some fronts, and each sees the other through a glass darkly and tending to think in terms of worst case scenarios. And I worry, I think, less about killer robots and more about mistakes that can arise with the very complex geopolitics of the US-China relation today and the absence of adequate mechanisms for crisis response and communications. So yeah, I'll leave it at there for now, and looking forward to hearing my fellow panelists on their ideas and solutions as well.
Thank you, Elsa. Paul, how about you?
Thanks. You know, I think that I was taking notes as Lindsay and Elsa were talking, and Lindsay made this comment that I thought really actually nailed this issue very well, which is that she said that we're not talking about algorithms determining whether or not to launch. We're talking about algorithms that shape this information prior to that decision makers have. And I think that's correct. And I think certainly when we think about where machine learning systems are most likely to be employed, that's going to be the case. It's going to be shaping information that then informs how decision makers see the world. And I'm not at all worried about the US, deciding to sort of automate its launch systems or build some kind of dead hand. I think that's largely viewed as kind of crazy in the US defense ecosystem. I think it is perhaps more interesting to think about, would other states see it differently? I think at least whatever the reality of the Soviet perimeter system, it's just that the fact that even something was considered suggest that some states might see it differently. I agree with Elsa that the narrative that authoritarian states are going to sort of writ large be more willing to automate tasks is not necessarily true. I'm less convinced that that's a narrative here in Washington. I don't really hear that when I talk to like Chinese defense scholars who work on military AI. So I'm not sure that that's super valid. I think the one place where this issue of automating launch decisions is interesting is when we think about it from the frame of the potential for agreements or cooperation among countries as they're beginning to adopt AI. That it seems to be like low-hanging fruit, right? That at a minimum, when we start talking about integrating AI into our military forces, this seems like a place where we ought to agree maybe humans should still be in charge of nuclear launch decisions. We've had U.S. military officials state this publicly. General Shanahan said this publicly last year, right? So, I don't hear those same statements out of Russian and Chinese leaders. Maybe they agree with it and they're not saying it for some reason, but that, if there's any potential for to begin to talk about cooperation, dare I say words like arms control or confidence building measures or the potential for restraint and limitations on how militaries employ AI, it seems like a fair place to start. And if other countries are not willing to say that, if they're like, well, no, we might do that, then I think that at least makes me, a little bit less confident in the potential for agreements on limitations and restraint elsewhere.
Okay, very helpful. Good. Lindsay, how about you?
I agree. And Paul did dare go there with confidence building measures. And Rebecca, I am now slightly terrified to see your feedback on my draft to you. But I mean, I think the general consensus, and I think this was very much reflected in what I wrote for you in the remarks, is that I really want to see the field widen, because we have one discussion on AI and nuclear, and as you hinted, there are a ton of issues under this umbrella. As you mentioned, the idea of automation of launch control has been a narrative for decades. To me, that's, that problem, I guess, hasn't fully been solved to where we can say we've done it, let's move on. So I would like to see, can we get like a crowbar of separation in between, like, let's talk about AI over here. And if we still need to decide these issues of launch control, then let's do that. And I think, from my perspective, coming at it from a very pragmatic, how do we do this tomorrow, next year, next 5 years? How do we actually think through doing this? Those very kind of like the high level or theoretical discussions of, what does it mean to have human control? What does it mean to have launch authority? Those are important discussions to have, but are not my discussions to have. What I'm really coming at this is from, as you mentioned, are we fully appreciating the benefits of the risks? We are facing a need to modernize an enterprise. And I think, at least from an outside looking in, we failed to have this conversation and do this work so many times that it is so old, it's kind of secure by design or secure by accident, because it wasn't intentional. We just didn't do anything with it. And now nobody uses floppy disks anymore. So hooray, I guess that's a good thing. But so I really want to kind of see that field widen and see that aperture broaden to really bring all of these conversations under the research and analytic tent, because they are all worth having. But as somebody who comes at this from the, what do we need to do to have modern and reliable and survivable systems? How do we look at new technologies? How do I do logistics and maintenance better? That the oxygen is getting sucked out of the air for those conversations because of this all-consuming and rightfully so concern of putting AI and ML and automating things that we generally think shouldn't be automated, but there's no real fail-safe to make sure that they haven't been automated. So I guess maybe my elevator pitch is can we just get a bigger tent and maybe have some separate booths?
Okay, I like that. I think we can extend that analogy over the course of the next few minutes. There are so many great questions in the Q&A function. I'm going to been trying to see if there were some ways to kind of pull some of them together, but some of that's eluding me a little. So I'm going to hand out some of these to you all to chip away at. You know, we've touched on this a bit. Jack O'Doherty has a question about, can you comment? And I'll hand out a few of these actually, and you can help me break them down. Not everyone needs to answer everyone. So this one is sort of, can you comment on the AI implications for ISR tracking of mobile counterforce targets? So again, I think this goes to this question of if AI actually enables ever more enhanced targeting. This is one of the things we did do in our ISR and on the radar study. To what extent do you increase potential incentives to behave in what we might call a sort of first mover sort of way? But will AI further contribute to that? How does it sort of fit into that ISR picture? How far away along are we or others in bringing AI into the way we think about surveillance and ISR? So that would be one. There's a question really for you, Elsa, on China's upcoming 5-year plans, and how do you see it shifting or adding or decreasing emphasis on AI and quantum tech and so forth, and how they'll integrate it into their military systems? There's a question that sort of looks at some of the more theoretical aspects. If deterrence is viewed as a competition in risk-taking, how do autonomous systems change the way countries might think about risk? I'm not sure this is answerable, but it is interesting. Would the unpredictable, or in other words, would the sort of automation or the machine learning aspects, would it actually increase unpredictableness or would it decrease it? And then how might that be communicated in that dynamic? So where do you come down on that? Does it add complexity? Does it add unpredictability, or do you think it might tamp that down? Is how I might kind of play with that question. And then maybe one more. This will go to kind of probably a lot of the decision-making aspects of how AI comes in through that information process. What is the role of explainability for building trust and using AI in high consequence environments and applications? And how does explainability interact with actual usability of AI? That's quite a lot there. I've kind of tipped the iceberg of what we have in the questions. They're super good. So why don't Elsa, I'll go to you first, and then we'll loop back around.
Sure. First, on the 14th 5-year plan, I suppose we'll find out in a couple months. I know that drafting is underway, and there have been some initial meetings and announcements that hint at what it will contain and emphasize. And yeah, I would tend to concur. I think there will continue to be a great deal of attention to innovation and within strategic emerging industries in particular. Certainly, AI remains a priority for the Chinese government at all levels. And as for quantum technology, just within the past week or so, there's even been a Politburo study session meeting on the topic of quantum technology and the quantum revolution, that in which Xi Jinping highlighted its importance going forward. And certainly that's also if we want to expand the scope around AI, the potential of quantum sensing or the power of quantum computing in the years to come is certainly something we could imagine having an impact in terms of how we think about nuclear postures and strategic stability in some respects as well. Though that's could be a whole nother conversation entirely. But I think, generally going forward, especially as Chinese leaders look to sustain growth and promote economic recovery in the aftermath of the pandemic, and in the absence sometimes of other good options forward, there's a lot of attention to the digital economy, to new type infrastructure, and to these emerging technologies as really critical to China's development. And I think ultimately, of course, another benefit of these technologies and their realization through a strategy of military-civil fusion is that the economic and the national security benefits and positive externalities can go hand in hand. And that at least is the aspiration, and starting to become perhaps more of a reality as more of these policies are put into place. And then quickly on the question about deterrence as well, I'd say that Chinese concepts of deterrence are relatively integrated in how they regard nuclear and conventional capabilities, as well as the role of information in deterrence. There's been a lot of attention to new domains like space and cyberspace and how those can impact deterrence. I think this reflects a tendency that we may see replicated in China's approach to intelligentized or autonomous weapon systems as well, to try to turn from nuclear weapons, which are seen as yet less usable and therefore in some respects less useful, to non-nuclear strategic capabilities that can be advantageous as well, especially as a means of coercion and for which the risks are somewhat lesser. So whether we're talking about swarming, as per some of the recent demonstrations there, or greater autonomy and hypersonics, I think there will be more attention to ways in which these emerging capabilities can be an important element of China's overall posture and approach to deterrence going forward.
Great, thank you. Lindsay, how about you?
Sure, changing it up a little bit. Although let me get my notes page back up. I wrote down the questions. So I think there's two that I can speak to. One is, looking at the implications of the counterforce tracking, and then finally the question on decision making and explainability. And I would say, I would certainly point to scholarship by Rebecca and her team, and I believe Lieber and Press have also done some good work on kind of this dynamics that appear potentially as you're able to do better counterforce tracking, and does that actually incentivize a first mover type behavior? And so the example in mobile missile launchers is that, essentially the ability to move and play the shell game of moving my assets allows me to kind of it allows me to ensure that I can ride out that first strike to ensure that second strike capability. However, if my adversary is better able to identify where those mobile missiles are, which would be, one aspect of the hide and seek of can I find them once they've moved? But I think actually a more interesting question could be, well, can I figure out where they're going when they begin to move? So have that predictive capability. Because so this is where, as Rebecca said, when you're in one field, all you see is the nuance, and you kind of look at the other one as very, very monolithic. Coming from my field, I see, what are the possibilities and range of possibilities and all of the stars that have to align for you to do this correctly. So, you need a satellite architecture overhead that can get you that overhead imagery. So part of this is helped by having low cost space systems. A range of options are now available than they were previously. However, the globe is still a pretty big place. Although if you're looking for mobile missile launchers, maybe you have a geographic boundary. You're still thinking of how do I connect all of those streams? How do I connect that stream of raw data to process data down through an analyst, and then say back up that chain of command to say, this is what we think we're seeing and this is how we see it. Along all of that path, that requires a modern computing infrastructure. For machine learning and doing this kind of imagery analysis in very large data sets, that's very computationally intensive. You're thinking on the order of needing a cloud computing capability unless we see some type of development. So in terms of that question of how far along are we and how does it come into that, you're thinking about how do I connect these pieces of the puzzle across this broad intelligence enterprise, let alone just the nuclear enterprise. I think, I couldn't say how far along we are. I imagine there are pockets where you're starting to see the puzzle pieces come into play. You're starting to see that modernization of computing capability. You're starting to see forward thinkers who were saying, hey, I have this trove of data. I have a problem that is, the answer is probably hidden within this data. And I'm starting to get the tools to deal with it, and to be able to wrap my arms around that problem. And I think that's where we are in terms of a maturation of, we're at the kind of very beginning of demonstrating the capabilities that are afforded to us by now kind of having all of these puzzle pieces come into play. What I don't think we have one of those puzzle pieces is, what are the implications to strategic stability and to dynamics in countries as this picture becomes more clear? And that is certainly one that I think bears much more research and bears much more focus, because the reality is that's the direction things are going. So I don't know if it's possible to say, you know, let's not go there at all, but should we be prepared when we get there? And then finally, to the question of decision making and the role of explainability, you know, I would always caution everyone in any AI conversation to ask the question of explainable to who? Who do I want to be able to understand this model? My definition, my level of explainability as somebody who is not in engineering anymore is very different from, you know, the Bob and Alice who are actually doing the coding. And so what we're really talking about as we're thinking about who is interacting with machine learning systems and when and what does that look like is this idea of calibrated trust. And so the ability of, you know, those that are interacting with it in various stages of its, you know, life and instantiations, you know, how do they adjust and calibrate their trust level appropriately? You know, for somebody who is going to be a user or a consumer of information, I want them to know when and, you know, and when not to trust this technology. You know, explainability is, you know, if we're going to get down into the technical nitty gritty weeds, you know, is something that is really important when we're talking about how do we test and evaluate a system? How do I like actually go in and build up that plan to say, I know how my system is going to perform under a variety of conditions. And then when I hand it over to somebody else, I expect it to behave as such. So I really think, you know, as we're talking about a lot of these conversations at the Nuclear Nexus are about more of the idea of calibrated trust. Do I have an understanding of system predictability and system reliability? Are my users able to understand that? And this becomes very important when you're thinking about, you know, moving closer. I don't want to go there, but we're going to go there to some automated decision to launch or some decision support. You know, I need my decision maker to have a very good calibrated sense of trust of a system. If this thing is only right, you know, 90% of the time, is that good enough? You know, my instincts as someone who doesn't do this is that no, I would not want that. I would not want a system that introduces this level of doubt and questioning, or that may be low reliability. And so, you know, the answer is if machine learning is too unreliable at this time, let's not put it there. But yeah, so that would be, I'll pass it on to Paul. I'm sure he also has some thoughts on the explainability question. And I will turn it over to him.
Thanks. Okay, I'll try to jump on a couple of these quickly and maybe add a few things where I can see if I can squeeze in a few points that might be value added here. You know, on the question of ISR tracking mobile counterforce targets, I mean, are we going to see machine learning applied for ISR? Yeah, we already have. That was, in fact, the first thing that DoD started using machine learning for through Project Maven. So I think it's quite likely that we'll see, you know, it's possible it's already being used and it's just not public. Machine learning being used, you know, in ISR for tracking adversary, you know, nuclear delivery systems, whether, you know, mobile missile launchers or something else. There's probably value in doing so. Now, can you get to the scale and speed and fidelity and assurance that you need to actually undermine an adversary's, you know, second strike? I'm skeptical that you could get there. It just seems very hard to pull off at the scale and confidence that one would need to do that. I mean, you'd have to be able to not just say, you know, this is a mobile missile launcher or a submarine. Here, you have to maintain continuous track. You have to be able to do it at all of them and make sure you're not missing any of them in real time with a very high degree of assurance. And of course, it gets different, you know, components of a system's of an adversary's nuclear architecture. So I think that's an interesting analytic problem worth exploring to try to understand, like, what would that take? But I think it would take a lot, and it's not something I'm losing a lot of sleep over, to be honest with you. I think even if you begin to see, you know, machine learning take steps in that direction, the more practical reality is countries will probably step up their shell game, and there are ways to increase their survivability over time. But I think it's a very interesting question. On the issues of perceptions of risk, you know, I think this is a great question of how might autonomous systems or autonomous weapons sort of influence how countries think about risk in crises. So you can imagine, Cuban Missile Crisis, and then you inject autonomous vehicles, aircraft, undersea vehicles, surface vessels like the Navy Sea Hunter, that be operating in the midst of this militarized dispute. Maybe even they're armed or have some autonomous weapon functionality. I think the interesting question here is you have the risk of the system itself doing something weird and maybe problematic or escalatory, but then how do policymakers perceive the risk, which is what the question gets at, which is super interesting, right? And it's the relationship between those that I think really affects whether that's stabilizing or destabilizing. So if people were to introduce these systems, and maybe they add some level of risk, but policymakers perceive them as very risky, and it causes them to back away from the slippery slope, then it might be somewhat stabilizing. On the other hand, you can imagine policymakers miscalculate the risk. They just don't understand how dangerous the systems are, unpredictable. But also you can imagine some adversaries exploiting this, right? So you've got the madman theory that Nixon's associated with, but goes back to Machiavelli, of sort of acting crazy and adding risk into a crisis. You could imagine a mad robot theory that someone says, well, I'm going to deliberately escalate tensions and add risk into a scenario, engage in brinksmanship, to maybe get the other side to back down in some way by introducing these systems. So I think it's fascinating in part because it's this intersection of the technology and then of course people's perceptions of how the technology would be used and what it would mean.
Yeah. It is what I totally agree. It is fascinating because I think you have this intersection of, I would actually say it's with psychology as well, right? So it's technology, psychology, and then theory, and we don't really know, but we're trying to kind of figure out how do all those pieces come together when the human interacts with the technology. And then we're trying to figure out how people that frighten us will do it. And I think there's just so much to study there. I think that's why we've got, really fascinating jobs. Let me bring in a few more questions. There's really a lot to cover. So what I've tried to do is I'm trying to go through the chat and pick some that I think feel like they would fit into the conversation. They might be somewhat out of order. Let's see. So Aaron Dumbacher had a question about what practices or policies do you see in place in the United States or within other nuclear states to confirm the security and reliability of machine learning systems that Lindsay was describing that touch on situational awareness? So I guess really, or even have those nascent conversations started? Have we even kind of opened dialogue in terms of international conversations of sharing of risk in that area, that kind of information processing and gathering area? So that's one. Let me see here. Alan Cummings goes sort of a different direction. Alan is sort of thinking about how do we sort of pull together the expertise for the future to tackle these problems, and is the US positioned to be effective? So he's asking about, thinking far ahead, military, political, diplomatic leaders in the 2030 to 2060 timeframe. Do you think we're at all positioned to have the technical literacy? Will we still be leaders here? Even if we are now, or are we really kind of running the risk of being significantly behind in the AI race? That relates to a question that I think is in my list about modernization. I think it actually might be the one from the PONI team, really talking about the intersection of AI and modernization, because you're on these different timelines. And Lindsay, you kind of hinted at this, but the U.S. nuclear modernization program is underway. It's extremely expensive, including through the whole NC3 system. And then it's expected to be kind of in place and resilient, not for years, for decades, right? It has to be unbelievably durable over time because the main delivery platforms are envisioned for extreme long duration. So with that in mind, how does that even interact with a technical field like AI that's just spinning so fast? Like, how do we build the flexibility into these long duration systems for a type of technology that is just cycling way beyond what the nuclear modernization world can even really begin to wrap its head around? Is, I think, a really interesting question. Let's see, I've got a couple more. On a more technical question, Joseph Rogers said, can you discuss some of the computing power limitations on AI? do AI technologies require this more computational power? This, I think, goes, maybe you started to get to this, Paul, are we overstating what this is going to be able to do as we go forward? Are there some real long poles in the tent, that are going to inhibit the ability for this technology to go? And what would be sort of the breakthroughs that would occur with that? Let me see if I've maybe have caught one more. Oh, there's one more that I think I'll put out there. Paul, you touched on this, but I'd love to hear from Elsa and Lindsay on this as well. And this goes to, how do you really get about the business of norm building? Is there a space for arms control? And what should you start with? Like, are there certain modalities that you're like, don't go here, it's useless? Elsa, you might have, some thoughts. If we try to engage China in even a conversation, what do you think are the pitfalls that you're like, don't start there, you're doomed, versus, well, this might at least be a fruitful conversation for trying to have either a discussion about risk reduction or transparency, or, even in arms control. But let's just, imagine the baby steps. How could we possibly not screw that up? I guess would be my twist on Jeffrey Odom's question. I've put a lot out there. I have a few more, but a few more quick answers, and then I've got a wrap up bit doozy for you guys.
Sure. Let's see. A lot of great questions there. Trying to think about where to start, but
you can pick and choose too.
Okay. Let's see. So, yeah, I would, with regard to AI safety and resilience, there are some policy efforts and technical initiatives underway within China with regard to AI in general, including a white paper that came out last year that I helped produce a translation of through DigiChina for those who are interested in reading in full, that do look at different aspects of AI security, including data and cybersecurity, as well as the general resilience of algorithms. And I think a inherent attention will be, especially since we're talking about a relatively immature technology, that with increased capability will come greater vulnerability as well. And certainly some writings and initial research by Chinese military thinkers exploring what it would look like to respond asymmetrically, to be in a position of trying to subvert a more powerful actor's AI systems and capabilities. So I think we'll, just as we've seen in cyberspace and with the challenges of cybersecurity, there will continue to be a cat and mouse game of sorts of trying to develop adversarial techniques to exploit AI systems, whether that's data poisoning or identifying weaknesses or blind spots, so to speak, in algorithms, as well as efforts to increase testing and ensure resilience going forward. And my impression is generally that for most militaries, these efforts are still at a relatively nascent stage, or at least a lot of these sort of emerging capabilities that leverage AI and ML in some respect. Even if you look at some of the recent demonstrations from the Chinese defense industry of large-scale swarming, these are, I think, experimentally or viable, at least in terms of having a eye-catching demonstration, but not perhaps ready for prime time operationally yet. Though I think a question that remains to be seen and is worth exploring, including as we think about options for dialogues and engagement with potential adversaries and competitors on these issues, how to think about tolerance for risk, what are best practices for reducing accidents in terms of having a greater reliability of systems assured prior to their deployment. And there may be differences in US and Chinese perspectives or preferences on these points, but I think, yeah, to the question on where can dialogue be feasible, I am skeptical but cautiously optimistic, I would say. Generally, I think there are some and have been some productive conversations underway, and I think my philosophy would tend to be to focus on sort of initial feasible measures of even simply exchange of information to try to clear up any misconceptions in either direction. And especially as a scholar and analyst who lives by the supposition there's no such thing as a China expert, I welcome critiques from colleagues in China about what any misperceptions or weaknesses in my own research may be, since I think it's important for the US and China, especially in this very competitive environment, to have an accurate understanding of each other and to avoid caricatures and sort of exchange. I hope we'll see greater transparency from the Chinese military and different stakeholders on that front going forward. I know that's been a consistent point of tension between the US and China in dialogues of the past, but I think even if there are asymmetries or a lack of full reciprocity, there are still ways to communicate or engage in sort of signaling on shared concerns, including simply to highlight the importance of AI safety, reliability, and resilience. And I think that's something where we've seen, even simply in terms of declaratory statements, very effective messaging from the Department of Defense that I hope has had some productive impact. I think, yeah, I'll look forward to hearing from Paul on that point as well, since I know he's thought about that a great deal as well. And I think, I guess the only other question I'll speak to in terms of some of the limitations of these capabilities is that for the Chinese military, a weakness continues to be chips and semiconductors. And it's interesting when we see an element of the Chinese military using US chips or machine learning platforms and frameworks developed in the US for their own research. And I think that does highlight that there continue to be advantages in the American innovation ecosystem that are difficult to replicate, and a constraint to the real world deployment of AI will be having the hardware and compute to power that in a way that's deployable and fully capable. And there have been interesting advances in AI satellites and otherwise launched by Chinese startups, but I think there's still a ways away from being able to integrate these kinds of new techniques and capabilities more reliably into weapon systems across the board.
Thank you, Elsa. Lindsay, how about you?
Well, so Elsa, I think took a good swing at the policies and practices. So I will focus on two of them that kind of struck my pet topics. So the one question on how do we pull together the expertise and are we positioned to be effective? You kind of put the answer in the question. We are running the risk of falling behind. And you really hit the nail on the head by kind of hinting at, do we have the technical literacy? And I think we are seeing broadly that we do not. And because it's a new type of technical literacy. So like, I'll give you an analogy. So in your nuclear community, I guarantee you, anyone on this conference chat can probably tell me the intricacies of an ICBM, all the different variants, all the different accuracies and ranges. I guarantee you probably can't build an ICBM, but you know what it is, you know how it works, you know fundamentally when and where you deploy it and the challenges with that. I need everybody to have that level of literacy, but with digital systems, software, computing, and AI. And until we have that level of fluency in digital systems, we are going to be falling behind because it is so intrinsic to all of these conversations that we're having. I can't have a good conversation to really get at the meat of the challenges with machine learning and AI if I don't have that digital literacy. Folks just do not know, they don't even know what questions to ask, let alone how to engage in that conversation. So that means, if you are a State Department employee, I need you to at least understand the basics of digital concepts of computing networks and infrastructure, the way you understand the intricacies. And you could tell me like, well, gosh, Lindsay, you just certainly don't understand how states relate to each other. Cool. I need you to have that level, but with digital literacy. And until we start addressing that from organizations and leadership and institutions, it needs to be part of your education on day one when you start your job. And shout out to the Space Force because they have actually come out and said, they haven't said what the program will be, but they have at least said that digital literacy and information system literacy will be part of your foundational training as part of the Space Force, because you have to know those concepts for the future. And so that does really kind of hint at, what Rebecca's next question was on modernization. So, the nuclear enterprise is tasked with a huge challenge of, like you said, how do we build these systems that are supposed to be durable for many, many years, but they need to have kind of the, the flexibility and adaptability to, grow with the system or with the, the external context. So I will say, in AI and software-driven capabilities and data analytics, the state of the art and the state of the current changes incredibly fast. And if you watch that, you'll get whiplash. It's like, The analogy is if you're trying to jump off a train, because who needs to do that now, but look at the horizon, not at like the telephone poles whizzing by you. In this case, look at the horizon. Build that digital technical foundation upon which all of these new technologies may be deployed or may be integrated if you decide you need them. So build in the processes and infrastructures that can support and maintain that foundation. And this is not just systems, this is people. And this is something that has really, been amplified in the nuclear community, in the defense industrial base, where you have an aging population of expertise that is necessary to sustain these systems. And it is so disconnected from the education that young people today are receiving in college, in their graduate studies. And being able to resolve those within institutions is quite difficult. We're talking about technology and software is coded in Python and R. That's not what nuclear systems are coded in. So we have to think about not just building the foundation of the infrastructure, but how do we really build up that foundation of the people, which again is why you guys really got me fired up with these two questions. So I will turn it over to Paul, and then I will sit patiently awaiting Rebecca's final question.
All right, I'll try to pick at the scraps here of whatever else that Lindsay have left me. I think, there's this great question about policies and practices for the security and reliability of machine learning. I would say they don't really exist today to the level that we would like them to be to be able to build machine learning systems or train machines on data to make them as reliable and secure as you would need, even for just many real world applications, setting aside, nuclear related things. If you think about software for a second, just setting aside machine learning, there are best practices about ways to improve the reliability of software and its security. There are DevSecOps models and continuous deployment. But even in spite of all that, nobody expects that software that's deployed on day one is going to be totally secure, totally reliable. It's going to be patched. It's going to need to be updated. There's going to be flaws in it. The NSA gets hacked. These are very real problems in handcrafted software today. These are much, much worse with machine learning, at least at the state of the technology today. I think it's unclear going forward how much these will be things that get solved over time, and that we see that they could be solved by better data, better synthetic data being applied to machine learning systems. When you look at real world practical deployments today, it looks kind of like a mess. Things like facial recognition are like just not at particularly great levels of reliability. When you look at some cutting edge work being done in machine learning, things like GPT-3, OpenAI's language model, people are doing some really interesting things using massive data sets, massive amounts of compute that seem to be building more robust systems, but it's not clear exactly what that will mean over the long term. So that's a big question mark. When you think about how that intersects with things like nuclear modernization, look, on one level, it'd be great to find ways to use this technology to improve stability and to be thoughtful about how we modernize. I think in practice, that will probably look like really well-trod capabilities and technologies, things like very simple forms of automation, to say, can we use simple forms of automation in a sensible way to build in additional safeguards so that things are failing safely? This is where, Rebecca started the conversation. And I think the answer is yes, we should be looking for those opportunities. I think we probably want to be hesitant about bringing in some of this bleeding edge technology like machine learning. And when we're thinking about modernization, better to lean on the side of technologies that are older, that are more proven, that are more trustworthy, rather than things that are new that, they might turn out to have lots of vulnerabilities that are hard to fix and we don't even understand yet. Maybe let's touch lastly on the computing limitations. I think this is a really interesting question. It gets right to this heart of what Lindsay was talking about, of having to sort of peel back the technical details that really matter here. So there are a couple of countervailing trends that are relevant here. So one is that machine learning systems rely on computing power to train systems based on data. One of the trends we've seen in machine learning since the deep learning revolution really started in 2012 has been the amount of the computing power or compute that's been employed in cutting edge machine learning research applications. So the things that are coming out of labs like DeepMind or OpenAI or Google Brain are the amount of computing power they use has been increasing at an exponential pace, much faster than Moore's law. So doubling every 3.5 months. That's a staggering amount of computing power. It's over 300,000 fold increase in computing power that's gone up since 2012. No one, that's probably not sustainable forever. At a certain point, people are going to run out of money. That's not computing power per dollar. So you've got big entities like Microsoft and Google throwing a lot of money at some of these challenges. There are also countervailing trends in compute efficiency and algorithmic efficiency that are also at play here. It's not clear exactly how that'll play out. It's possible we end up in a world where there are a lot of machine learning applications that are very compute intensive, and there are only a small number of actors with deep pockets who can do them. There will probably be also many, many other things that can be done at lower levels of compute. We're already seeing AI integrated chips coming into smartphone devices. One last point I'll make on this, one factor here that comes into play is that the amount of computing power used to train a machine learning algorithm is very different than the amount of computing power used to use one that's been trained. And so we're likely to see a world where already the training is done up in the cloud somewhere, very compute intensive, and then trained algorithms are deployed to edge devices, your smartphone, to cars, to weapon systems, to ISR platforms. They might be then doing machine learning at the edge with a pre-trained algorithm. But it's a great question.
Kind of scratch the surface, but I just have one sort of kind of uber question for you all, and it comes from I'm inspired to it from the release of the Future Defense Task Force. That's two leading recommendations, both had to do with AI. The first called on DoD for a large-scale endeavor to basically win the AI race and fully prepare DoD to be AI capable, and kind of it seems to really sort of push for a very comprehensive approach of making sure that DoD is taking full advantage of AI capabilities kind of across the board. So kind of, high on the up usage, kind of quotient there. And then one recommendation down was for a major arms control initiative in the arms control arena to go about actually the creation of a large scale multilateral treaty designed to kind of protect against some of the more dangerous uses of AI, such as some of the ones we've talked about today. Interested if you have, as we wrap up, because we'll be in our last couple of minutes, on your thoughts on these two recommendations. But to me, they bring out a bigger question. And that bigger question is, in the pursuit of these endeavors, both acquiring and systematically incorporating AI, or in figuring out mechanisms such as arms control to kind of control and manage and engage in risk reduction, which kind of camp are you in? Are you in the, kind of go big or go home camp? Do we need big structures, big ideas? Do we need kind of the shoot for the moon type approach in order to even be able to structure it? In a lot of arms control, that's what we need, right? It's, you can't get there by the eaches, you have to get there by the vision. And so do we need kind of those big shot moves to kind of help us be organized enough to see our ways through both the acquisition and incorporation of AI on the one hand, but also its safe management and working with the international community? Or is that the wrong approach? Do we need to actually be more in a step-by-step, more focused on incremental, more kind of slow spiral, learn, adapt? Some people might call this, kind of pick the low-hanging fruit. So you can pick your favorite analogy, but, moonshot versus low-hanging fruit, those two basic strategies look really, really different. And tell us a lot about how we think we could actually make progress in either one of this kind of acquiring AI or managing AI. So I would like, as your just final circle, for each of you to comment on that. And Paul, since you went last time, I'll have you go first this time.
Okay, I'll make this quick. I mean, I think, look, should we be doing more on AI and a whole lot more? I'd say yes, definitely. I'm not sure that the Manhattan Project's a great model. With the way the report mentions, I just don't think it's probably the right frame. But does the department need to do a better job of finding ways to integrate AI across the force? 100%. Should we also look for opportunities for restraint? with our competitors, whether it's arms control, confidence building measures, I'd say yes, absolutely. We should find ways to do that because there are risks in the technology. We don't want to be ignorant about that. We don't want to rush headlong into some of these risky, possibilities. I think what's challenging, I think you're totally right. Sometimes there's opportunity in sort of putting a marker out there and shooting for something big. I think what's challenging in this context is I'm not sure what the moon is when it comes to AI on either side of those, right? So you say, well, let's put a marker out in terms of integrating AI or in terms of, restraint and arms control around AI. Okay, but I don't know at least what is the thing that we're shooting for, in part because it's such a general purpose technology with many different applications. I think a better analogy, people's grasp for historical analogies, I think a good one in this case is like the Industrial Revolution, something that had a whole variety of applications across warfare and the economy and society. And so I'm not sure, like in that case, what is the big thing, the big target we're shooting for? Maybe what we're looking at is a very diffuse and broad revolution, and then an opportunity to find ways to manage those risks.
Great, thank you so much. Elsa.
Yeah, just going off of the metaphor of the fourth industrial revolution, I would agree completely on that front, that I hate when this conversation is reduced to the lowest common denominator of arms race or new Cold War, or these sort of graspings at familiar frameworks that are at best inadequate and at worst sometimes misleading. And yeah, I think I would tend to say that, as to sort of where the moon is, I think at least Chinese leaders seem to be thinking that the impact of these emerging technologies on economic development is critical for China's future power on all fronts, and this innovation-driven approach to development is, I think, for the 14th Five-Year Plan and beyond, going to be a consistent feature of how Chinese leaders are approaching AI. So I would argue that, although I know we're focused on defense in this conversation, focusing on economic growth and applications will be critical as well going forward. And I guess generally I would say on both or either fronts, I am more in the camp of incrementalists, I suppose, or pragmatists. I think that there's been a lot of talk, or was in the past, on the importance of building trust between the US and China. I think if we look at where we are in US-China relations today, we have to recognize that mistrust is a reality, and we've really been at a nadir in US-China relations in recent history, especially since the pandemic. And if we're going to look for a way forward, I think we have to focus on sort of practical restraints and parameters to whether that is, for instance, committing not to engage in cyber attacks against each other's nuclear command and control systems, or declaratory principles on AI safety and security for military systems, or a cautious approach to integrating it into C4ISR going forward, especially where there may be a nuclear nexus. I hope that achieving some progress on more basic measures, and even improving existing mechanisms for crisis communication, and building and expanding upon some of the dialogues that have been in existence or have lapsed and could be restarted is important. And I hope that a practical approach can eventually lead up to more substantive progress towards arms control going forward, since I think the US and China have a lot to gain, but also a lot to lose as we think about some of the risks and challenges ahead.
Terrific. Lindsay, you'll get a quick last word in.
Sounds good. No pressure, right? Well, you also made me realize that I would be a terrible arms controller, because I am an incrementalist at heart, and I recognize this about myself. So good to know I can cross that one off the future career checkbox or checklist. I think it's an interesting model to say, do we need another Manhattan Project? And I think perhaps there are aspects of the Manhattan Project that, if that's our analogy, are apt, because we did have to build up an entire enterprise, including, people, do rapid scientific development to do a thing we hadn't done before. And so if that's what we're thinking about AI, that we need to acquire more AI, or we need to do more AI, if we lay the foundations, and if AI is the reason that, when men and women come into the national security enterprise, they have the tools and authorities to actually do their jobs, that we integrate the technologists with the operators so that we can say, hey, in this aspect of nuclear command and control. I think we'd like to try out some AI. So we're going to go put those people with the operators doing that job, and they're going to learn from each other. If we, because we're doing this, if we offer folks the flexibility in their careers, so they can rotate out to industry, because I think something that has gone explicitly unsaid is that the commercial sector is driving so much of this development. So if this is the reason that we, let folks rotate out to go learn the cutting edge technology, refresh their skills, and then bring that knowledge back to like the DoD and the DOE and the IC, then I'll be fine with that. If the Manhattan Project for AI is the reason that we do the hard work to evolve into a digital organization because we want to use AI, but then, like, spoiler alert, I can guarantee you're probably going to end up not using AI everywhere. You'll probably just do some math and some data analytics and some statistics. But like, if AI is the reason we do all of that really hard work, I'll call that a win, and we can all ride off into the sunset. What worries me when I hear these, we hear all these recommendations, is that it's going to be, I don't want to do all that hard work. I just want everybody to consider AI. I want every MDAP to consider AI. Maybe every MDAP shouldn't consider AI. And I can guarantee you they probably don't have the infrastructure and the talent and the processes in place to actually use AI. So what I'm more worried about is if we put all of this pressure on and expect people to use AI without giving them the tools and infrastructure and foundation to do it, that could be a fundamentally worse place. But I guess we've used AI. So I guess it comes down to, how did we define success? I will leave you with that. Choose your own adventure option.
Yeah, with a very optimistic spin. No, that was great. I want to thank each of you for a terrific panel, a fascinating discussion. There is just so much to learn, and I hope you'll continue to be involved with us as we kind of continue to think about the nuclear nexus in all of these areas. It's not going away. So I want to thank you all very much. I will alert the broader audience. We will take just about an 8-minute break, and then come back for our final keynote presentation from the Honorable Heather Wilson. So I'll see you back in 8 minutes. At the Nuclear Nexus. And Dr. Wilson, we're just thrilled that you could be with us this afternoon to kind of wrap things up. Dr. Wilson is the current president of the University of Texas at El Paso. And this follows a long career of public service and a life lived at the Nuclear Nexus, in the Air Force, on Capitol Hill, as a service secretary. She's lived the Nuclear Nexus at the national level, at the state and local level, and as an educator. She graduated from the U.S. Air Force Academy in the 3rd class to include women. She earned her master's degree and doctorate degrees as a Rhodes Scholar. She served as a senior advisor to several national laboratories. She was an Air Force officer. She served on the National Security Council as Director for Defense Policy. She served from 1998 to 2009 in the U.S. House of Representatives, representing New Mexico's 1st Congressional District. And she then served as Secretary of the Air Force from 2017 to 2019, where she oversaw the Air Force's annual budget of more than $138 billion, directed the department's strategy and policy development and weapons acquisition, and was responsible for organizing, training, and equipping for the welfare of 685,000 active duty Guard, Reserve, and civilian forces, as well as their families. She's a member of the National Science Board and has a host of other responsibilities. But it's a privilege to welcome Dr. Wilson to PONI and to the concluding session of our conference. He's a role model, a leader, a ceiling breaker. And so that's always really exciting when we think about how to actually live at the intersection of all of these important issues. So with that, Dr. Wilson, the floor is yours. Welcome, and thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you. I think one of the good things about the pandemic, and there are not many good things, is that I can actually participate in a conference like this and do so from the banks of the Rio Grande in El Paso, Texas. I also wanted to thank the Project on Nuclear Issues. This is actually one of the few policy forums left that actually seeks to advance thinking on nuclear deterrence. And so I wanted to thank you for gathering people together, for continuing to focus and think about these issues. As the introduction suggests, I'm kind of a practitioner that's worked in a variety of different positions on many of these issues over a very long period of time. And I was reflecting. I'm going to say a few things and then open it up to questions if we can. So to try to fight the technology and keep this as interactive as we can. But I wanted to reflect on a couple of things to start with. The first is to think back into the 1980s. When I was a young military officer, I was a lieutenant stationed at RAF Mildenhall in England. Working on the deployment of ground-launched cruise missiles as part of the dual-track decision to forward deploy American cruise missiles in response to Soviet deployment of intermediate-range missiles in Europe, but simultaneously to pursue arms control if the Soviet Union was willing to get rid of those weapons. At that time, in the 1980s, the START talks, the dual-track decision, the nuclear issue was the centerpiece of our most important strategic relationship, the United States and then the Soviet Union. In 1989, I joined the National Security Council staff for the first President Bush, for Bush 41. And I remember his preparations for the first summit that he had with Gorbachev, which was at Malta. It was on board a Navy ship in Malta in the harbor. And at that time, we had to insist on the agenda going beyond the single basket of nuclear issues. We had to insist on economic issues and human rights also being on the agenda at the summit. But there was no question that it was the nuclear relationship that was the centerpiece of our relationship and our negotiations with the former Soviet Union. And then the world changed. In 1989, in November of that year, the Berlin Wall came down. As a young military officer stationed in Europe, I never expected that day to happen. And then we had to decide what the heck to do about it. Proliferation in the last 40 years and the increasing number of nuclear weapon states has complicated the calculus with respect to nuclear weapons. We've had the rise of violent extremism and the attack on the United States on 9/11. And we now are seeing the rise of China, the reemergence of Russia as a nationalistic, nuclear-armed petropower that's willing to invade its neighbors. So what was in the 1980s kind of two big giants in the forest has become 1,000 snakes. And the way in which we have to think about our world and the role of nuclear weapons in it has changed profoundly because of the change in the world. So what does all that mean? Let me talk about a few things and implications that I think that we can draw. The first is that exquisite intelligence is far more important than it used to be. Intelligence about a variety of things, but certainly about nuclear weapons capability and the ability to deliver it. So in the 1980s, the Soviet Union was very dangerous, but also very big, very predictable, and very noisy. They had the same exercises using the same radio frequencies and the same rail lines every year at about the same time. Our intelligence over the last 40 years has also become far more capable, and it's actually getting even more so. So if you looked at what was possible back in the 1980s, we were finely tuned to be able to watch this big ugly monster in the forest. And then we had to shift and be able to look at a variety of threats down to violent extremist threats with a great deal of fidelity in near real time. Technology advanced, and it's interesting, the largest growth in the United States Air Force in the 20 years when the size of the Air Force was declining, its biggest growth in this smaller Air Force was actually intelligence analysts. So we are now at the point where we can image the Earth twice a day, image every point on the Earth twice a day. Within the next decade, we will be able to image the Earth 5 times a second, and not just in the visual domain. So you're going to have more tools, going to have vastly more data that you have to turn into information. And what is it like to monitor the nuclear threat if you can simultaneously image every square meter of the Earth in near real time? So we've always had capabilities for nuclear detection and rocket launch detection from very early on in the nuclear age. But I think we need to start thinking about what can we do at speed, even left of launch, with high confidence in a proliferated world. What are the indicators we should look for? And how will we gather that information in near real time and enable decision-making by senior leaders to protect the United States and to manage during a crisis? For those of you who are readers and have delved into the decision-making in the Cuban Missile Crisis, it'll be far different if there's a crisis in this next decade than what was faced in the Cuban Missile Crisis. One of my mentors in life, a man named Larry Leger, was a West Point graduate. I didn't hold that against him, but he was a chain-smoking Boston Red Sox fan who had been Maxwell Taylor's jump master over Normandy on D-Day. And he was injured shortly thereafter and eventually had to leave the Army, was medically retired from the Army. But he served on the National Security Council staff during the Cuban Missile Crisis, when the National Security Council staff could sit around a kitchen table. And during the Cuban Missile Crisis, they all kind of drew numbers or drew pieces of paper out of the hat on what nights they were going to stay overnight sleeping on a cot in the old executive office building next to the White House during the crisis. And he drew the number to be on duty the night that he had to decide whether to wake up the president because of the letter that was received from Khrushchev, which was a long and rambling letter, and he had to make that decision at that time. I share that with you because we no longer have letters that are coming in by cable. We will be dealing with near real-time 24/7 operation cells all over the world to try to enable rapid decision-making. But I always thought it was interesting that Dr. Leger that night didn't wake the president, because he knew if he woke the president, that everyone else would wake their principals as well. And they would arrive at the meeting the following morning exhausted, but with their own positions cooked into what their agencies thought they should do. And instead, let the president sleep. Will we have time for sleep in a world where we're imaging the Earth 5 times a second and information is coming at people in near real time? So exquisite intelligence will be far more important than it used to be in nuclear deterrence. And of course, that intelligence crosses domains. Second, the integration of domains will enable capabilities to deter and, if necessary, prevail at lower levels of consequence in a crisis. Let me say that again. So the integration of domains will enable capabilities to deter and, if necessary, prevail at lower levels of consequence in a crisis. If we get this right, we will be able to hold things at risk that an adversary values, not necessarily in the nuclear realm, but in other realms that they value. That will require that the United States military, as well as the diplomatic corps and other elements of American power, work together in very close coordination during a crisis to be able to influence the decisions of an adversary. The concept of joint all-domain command and control started as an Air Force concept several years ago. I give a lot of credit to Dave Goldfein, the former chief of staff, for really bringing this set of ideas to the fore, and it's now spread across the entire military. But there's something I think people misunderstand about joint all-domain command and control. It's not connecting all sensors to all shooters. So connecting every space sensor to every ground combat unit, to every ship. It is not about everything connecting to everything. It's about any sensor connecting to any shooter. In other words, the cross-domain links are not about the connections. They are really about the agility to use shared information rapidly from all sensors. So what it means is you have to shift to a thought that every element of military and intelligence power there's an obligation to share, that data must be pushed out in near real time, and then everyone else has to build the applications to be able to pull that data as and when they need it. So that will enable integration of domains in ways that right now it's even hard to imagine, because there will be massive amounts of data being pushed off of all kinds of systems, which will enable capabilities in completely different domains. But what that means is that you get the opportunity to create multiple simultaneous dilemmas for an adversary. If you can use massive amounts of sensors to be able to react and decide and create dilemmas for an adversary, you have the ability to make them doubt whether they're any longer in control of the situation. It's particularly true if you can affect their belief that they really know what's going on and the reliability of their own integration of sensors. So that creation of multiple simultaneous dilemmas for adversaries by connecting any sensor to any shooter in near real time will, I think, give us an advantage in any crisis and allow us potentially to influence the calculus of an adversary and cause them to choose to back down. The third thing to think about with respect to nuclear deterrence is that crises in the future are likely to be messier and almost certainly cross-domain. So it's interesting to think back to the war games in the 1980s and the 1990s. You'd go through the whole war game, the script, and everybody would have their different moves and all of these things. And then at some point it went nuclear and it was end exercise, right? So it was kind of scripted to finish. And now I think we need to think about, how does deterrence work in different phases of conflict, in different parts of the world? And we need to develop, because of that, a very deep understanding and expertise about our potential adversaries, and not just the large nuclear adversaries, but those regional powers who might take advantage of our being focused on a crisis in one part of the world to take advantage in another part of the world. And we need to know not just about their capabilities, but about what they are most afraid of, about how they operate and what they can and can't do, so that we can think deeply about how we can create doubt in their minds in that moment of crisis that they can prevail if they continue to escalate. So crises are likely to be messier, almost certainly cross-domain. The fourth observation I would share with you is that the biggest risk to the nuclear deterrent over the next decade is not anything that our adversaries might do. The biggest risk to the nuclear deterrent over the next decade is failure to value it and failure to modernize it here in the United States. It is a risk that is entirely within our control in the federal government, but it is a risk nonetheless. And it's particularly difficult because the modernization of the deterrent has been delayed for so long that it now all has to be modernized simultaneously. So I stepped down a little over a year ago from being Secretary of the Air Force, and I hadn't really spent a lot of time on these issues when I was running a university in Western South Dakota at the time. But it was one of the things that was striking was the amount of modernization that had been deferred, and that the two legs of the triad that the Air Force had responsibility for had to be modernized simultaneously: the bombers and the intercontinental ballistic missiles. With respect to the bombers, it had to do with the re-engineering of the B-52, of course, the development of the B-21 bomber, which will replace both the B-1 and the B-2 that are aging aircraft. The replacement of the air-launched cruise missile, which is, from a materials point of view, is getting beyond its useful life. And then, of course, the replacement of the Minuteman missile. All of that being done at about the same time. And then in the Department of Energy, the B-61 bomb is being replaced over the next 10 years. Developing a replacement for a nuclear weapon when you cannot actually test that weapon is one of the most challenging engineering problems that's been given to the Department of Energy since its creation. In fiscal year 22, so the year where the budget is currently being pulled together, and that budget will be given by the President to the Congress in February of next year, fiscal year 22 is the start of the bow wave of the really expensive part of nuclear modernization. Heretofore, there's been a lot of design and engineering work, a lot of test work, but the big budget impact starts in fiscal year 22. We cannot hollow out our conventional forces in order to maintain the nuclear deterrent. Modernization of the nuclear deterrent has been handled in a variety of ways throughout the history of the United States, but it is my view that we need to handle it as we have done before by an increment specifically set aside for nuclear modernization, for the modernization of the deterrent. Because if it has to take place within a constrained top line of the Defense Department, we are going to run into trouble either with a nuclear deterrent or with the hollowing out of our conventional military forces. So there will be people who argue that the way to answer this is to abandon the triad. And yet every time we really go into the analysis of why we have a triad and look at a variety of scenarios, the triad comes back as essential to an effective nuclear deterrent. The bombers are flexible, they can be deployed and dispersed, they can be recalled. The ICBMs are immediate, they provide great clarity, and they're actually pretty well hardened and dispersed. And of course, the submarines are survivable. They are our ace in the hole. And while that's a general description of what they are, in every piece of analysis and wargaming that the Pentagon has done, they have come back with the legitimate, verified answer that the triad is essential. If the triad is essential and it's reaching the end of its useful life, we are going to have to modernize it. And that's going to be a big bill for the United States of America. We have to face up to that bill as being one of the things that's essential for a great power. The final thing that I would say is that through all of this runs kind of an echo of one of the things that's vital for the country to do long term, and that is the continued development of our people. You know, we talk about deterrence across air, land, sea, space, and cyber. But our power as a nation is driven by innovation. We need to be able to leverage our strengths against our adversaries' weaknesses. We live in an open society where free enterprise and opportunity is available. But while talent is equally distributed, opportunity is not always equally distributed. I was talking to someone this morning who reminded me of something that is true, but I think it's worth reminding ourselves of as we're trying to come back out of a pandemic. In 2008, when we had the last kind of economic downturn, lost a lot of jobs. And in the years of recovery since 2008, the United States has created 12 million new jobs right up until to the impact of the pandemic. 12 million new jobs. 99% of those jobs required some post-high school certificate or credential. Today in America, about 62% of boys and 69% of girls go on from high school to some form of college or technical training or community college. That was good enough for our parents. It is not good enough for our children and our grandchildren. If we are going to maintain our preeminence and leadership in the world, we have to commit to educating more of the next generation in meaningful ways. And for those of you, and I saw a few of you on the previous panel, for those of you who are just coming in to start your careers in kind of early on in your professional lives, you're going to have to go through a spiral of learning that's going to continue throughout your lives. My guess is that if you're on this conference call or on this Zoom session, you don't mind that. But it's not just you. It's your cousins and your brothers and your sisters and the young people in your neighborhood who have to commit themselves to constantly learning and constantly growing if America is going to maintain its leadership in the 21st century. Education is a social issue. We know that increasingly there are haves and have-nots, but education is a great equalizer. Education is also an economic issue. There is no better path to the middle class to improving the opportunity for one's family than getting an education. That's true in America today. It's been true in America for 100 years. And education is a national security issue. We are never going to be able to do the things that we need to do to protect this country without a well-educated populace. People who understand how to use these tools and technologies to protect the rest of us. And so education, to me, is not just a social issue. It is not just an economic issue. It's not just a cultural issue. It is a national security issue. And with that, I will end my thoughts and open it to questions.
Dr. Wilson, thank you so much for those tremendous comments and thoughts. It really brings a lot to mind. I'm going to ask everyone to please post your questions in the Q&A. I'll be turning to that for throughout the discussion and bringing those questions forward. As I kind of gather some of those, I perhaps we'll kind of get things started, let the audience begin to start to type away as they put that in. And I want to ask you about one thing in particular. You have such an interesting background. You've sat in so many different rooms on Capitol Hill, in the Pentagon, at the White House, in state and local government. I guess especially when you think about in this kind of politically charged environment that we're in, and having to build bridges across all of those different communities to get anything done. What do you see as the biggest opportunities? What really works when you're trying to accomplish something, especially, for example, between the legislative branch and the executive? And what are the biggest obstacles in this space? How could we learn from your experience there?
A couple of things. There is no substitute for respectfulness with people with whom you don't necessarily agree. So being able to disagree and engage in a serious, substantive way with someone whom you disagree with, even on really fundamental issues, without being disagreeable or implying that because they disagree with you, there is something lesser about them or there's something evil about them. You may think they're wrong, but engage. And in the end, steel sharpens steel, right? You won't really be able to understand the validity or the truth of what you think unless you really understand and listen to understand, not to refute, listen to understand the ideas of someone who disagrees with you profoundly. And I think that that's a good exercise. And I think it will make you stronger as a thinker. The second thing I would say is forge vicious partnerships. Washington is a pretty sharp-elbowed place sometimes, which means that if you in good faith try to build partnerships and find win-win solutions, you can actually get a heck of a lot done because not enough of it happens. And so it's like this refreshing change. When I became the Secretary of the Air Force, I was the second person confirmed in the building after Secretary Mattis. And Mark Esper then became Secretary of the Army, and Richard Spencer became Secretary of the Navy. And we started getting together for breakfast. No agendas, no staff allowed in the room, completely terrified the Pentagon, because if the three of us got together on something, that was a heck of a lot of authority in the building. And we started identifying and solving problems together. The executive assistant to the Secretary of the Navy had been there in that job for 18 years, and that had never happened in the previous 18 years, that the three service secretaries would get together and start to work on figuring out problems and solving things. We started going to each other's homes for dinner with our spouses every 6 weeks or so. We became very close friends. And to the point where on some really difficult and important issues that normally would take months to work through the Pentagon bureaucracy, there were a couple of times where I called Richard Spencer and I said, I need to talk to you about something. He came by on the way out of the building that night. We'd sit down and go through some, the kind of slides you have to have a zippered locked container for. And because we had built relationships of trust, he knew that I wouldn't do anything or recommend he do something that would cause him a problem in the Navy. And those deep relationships of trust allowed us to accomplish some pretty amazing things. So build partnerships and figure out how to respectfully disagree. And so sometimes that means biting your tongue. And it means going home and telling your dog what an idiot that person is that had that point of view. But respectfulness and build partnerships. In Washington, it will surprise the heck out of everybody.
Thank you for that. I think that's amazing advice. And one of the things we kind of say in PONI with our various programs is it's not just about networking, it's about making friends, because it really is about actually forming human connection with people, especially people you don't agree with. They become such an important part of your network. It's really terrific advice. Well, we've got some good questions here in the chat, and so I'm going to pull those forward now. Here's one from Eric Brewer, actually the deputy director here at PONI. And Eric comes from a background in the IC. And he asks, there are inherent limits to what you can learn from even very persistent imagery and these types of sensors. It can give you some idea about capabilities, but it can't tell you nearly enough about adversary intentions, which is often central to the type of questions policymakers ask and the decisions they need to make. Do you expect similar advancement in our ability to understand and discern intentions, or will we run into an inherent limits where sort of this, this visual picture runs far ahead of our ability to actually understand what it means?
It's a really good point, Eric, and I think you're absolutely right, but it also highlights the limits of technical intelligence and the importance of both human intelligence and exceptional analysis that's based on a lifetime of experience. And I think one of the mistakes that some in our intelligence community have made it sometimes is to say, well, if you're an analyst, you can analyze anything. No, we want so we can take all of our analysts who are thinking about Latin American economics and surge them to analyze the Balkans. You can do that in a superficial way, but in intelligence support to senior policymakers, you need to develop the kind of deep expertise that we often have in some of our technical collection, where somebody who listens to a voice again and again and again can say, they used a different word today, or there was a difference in the tone of voice that's significant. So that it's the subtlety, and that is often human intelligence or exceptional depth in our analytical core focused on areas of the world, individuals, structures of government, all pulled together in all source analysis. And in the end, sometimes when those key decisions are made, and the intelligence folks understand this, it's, there's a briefer that goes to brief the presidents or the SecDef every day, but sometimes you have to bring in the expert to answer those questions. What was different? Tell me why you know this. What do you think is going on? What's important to understand? And it's the experts. So that willingness to bring in and elevate experts at a critical time is vital for the intelligence community.
Thank you. Bryce Farba has an interesting question too. He goes back to the JADC2 and the way it promises increased communication between sensors and shooters and the potential benefit for U.S. operations at all levels of conflict. But he asks, what are the possible risks as well that might come with that type of integration? And how might we mitigate it, especially if you're getting kind of caught in that crossfire? I'll add to his question a little bit, like, between very strategic, difficult questions. Do you want all that connectivity going, from that sensor to that shooter? What else does it need to pass through to engage in some of the risk management that might go with that?
I think the most obvious risk is that if you are is the corruption of the data or the interference of the apps and the links. So in other words, if every sensor is pouring data into a massive data warehouse, and every shooter is using apps to pull data off of that in near real time, well, then you're clearly becoming more vulnerable to any kind of a data attack. So you've created both an advantage, but it's a little bit like space to me. I mean, our adversaries looked at how we were using space, and that it was a tremendous enabler for us. So they developed the ability to deny us the use of space in crisis or in war. So you've created another vector for attack, if you will. The other risk is that we pretend that we think we have more control than we really do. We can't, and I think great leaders, and for those of you who haven't read Secretary Mattis's book, it's really worth a read, because it talks a lot about clarity of centralized intent and decentralized execution, and enabling commanders on the ground to be able to make decisions, to be well trained, to act on intent. But that means you have to have very clear intent. And so I think one of the risks is that we would either try to control everything centrally. We've seen that in space and cyber. We've seen it somewhat in the intelligence community. You think about it, you need at least until recently, you needed the permission of the President of the United States to come close to another satellite. But given the right guidance, an 18-year-old can kill someone on his own authority in the middle of a war zone. Those are interesting. Those are interesting centralized controls for some things, and very decentralized in other circumstances. So, getting that balance right will be difficult. Will be very difficult.
Interesting. So John Harvey wants to ask you about what, you talked quite a bit about modernization across especially the major delivery systems and the overall modernization, but he would like you to talk a little bit more about what you see as the biggest challenges to the other major nuclear modernization effort, that of our nuclear command and control system, or NC3. And we've talked about that actually a lot over the course of this conference, because so many of these nexus issues, space, cyber, sensors, all kind of AI, all kind of actually have a lot of implication at the NC3 point of intersection. So what is your take? What do you see as some of the biggest challenges and most important aspects of our NC3 modernization?
I hesitate to tell John Harvey anything about nuclear command and control. John, it's good to not see you here, I guess, or to see you here, I guess. I'm glad you're here. I would say a couple of things. One is there are numerous fragilities in our nuclear command and control system. And I won't go any further than that, but those need to be addressed in a soup to nuts kind of way. I think one of the things that was a really good decision several years ago now was to put the commander of STRATCOM at that time, General John Hyten, in charge of stewarding that, and in both design and setting requirements and priorities. And I a tremendous amount of confidence in him. And now, of course, he's responsible for that entire set of requirements as the vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs. The biggest risk is the cybersecurity element. The irony is, when you've got 8-inch floppy disks in an ICBM, that it's really easy to do cybersecurity. It's not connected to anything. And so, but when you modernize this, you introduce vulnerabilities, and those vulnerabilities are very difficult to insulate from potential cyber attack. I guess maybe I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Now, Joseph Rogers and Derek Guff both kind of go to the topic that I think was in the latter portion of your remarks, which is about education and exciting the next generation. Yet Joseph, kind of says, you mentioned how important education is for forwarding American prosperity. How do we bridge that educational gap? How do we encourage more people to think about national security and be interested in those issues? And I guess I'll tag on his question to say, are there some things you feel like you're doing at your current institution that might, kind of fit with your mission in that regard? Now, I'll add in Derek Guff's, it's a related question. He says, in this new era of competing demands, new domains, new ideas, how do you suggest going about exciting those who are graduating high school and college to come into this field and provide those fresh and new perspectives? And how do we make sure we are, in fact, bringing that range of perspectives and those diverse views and backgrounds to really keep the field vibrant and alive? So very related questions. People picked up and were animated by your remarks. If you would expound a bit there.
Sure. But for those of you who don't know much about the University of Texas at El Paso, we have 25,000 students. We're a quarter of a mile from the U.S.-Mexico border in the Paseo del Norte, which is the path to the north where America was originally settled, which did not happen, by the way, at Jamestown. It's the longest permanent settlement of America was by Spain in the mountains in northern New Mexico. So we are in this wonderful place, but traditionally, historically, was underserved by higher education, and that changed in the last 30 years with a deep commitment by this university, the K-12 system, and the community college to opening access to the traditionally underserved. And so UTEP is now one of America's leading Hispanic serving universities. Our student body is 94% minority. 2/3 of our students come from families who are eligible for Pell Grants. So those 2/3, the average household income is $37,000 a year. 30% of my students come from families making less than $20,000 a year, and they're going to college. This is a university that changes lives. And more universities need to be thinking about those kinds of challenges and opening the door to opportunity. Because if you, if you look at, people talk about our exclusive American universities as if they educate people in a better way. I think that the biggest disservice that U.S. News and World Report did to American higher education 30 years ago, they finally stopped last year, which is saying that a university is great because they refuse to serve people. Saying, well, they're exclusive. They turn away 90% of the people who apply. There must be something good going on there. That means they're really good at marketing. It doesn't mean they're really good at educating those who do walk through their doors. And so fewer than 1% of our citizens will be educated at the so-called exclusive universities. They are not part of the problem, and they're also not going to be part of the solution for the 21st century. Public universities sprinkled around this country are. And the good news is, for the next generation of young people, where you end up in life has almost nothing to do with the university that you attend. It does matter that you go to a university and you work hard there and you get a good degree and so forth. So I think there are universities, and I happen to be at one of them now, and I don't take credit for what was done in the last 30 years. I have to live up to that. But American universities have to partner with school districts and community colleges to open the doors to access. And that means keeping the cost of college low. That means things that, for students who don't have a family member where they're the first in their family to go to college, college can be a really disorienting experience. You don't have anybody to ask all the stupid questions. You have to meet students where they are and help them succeed. And that's a culture change for a lot of American universities who think that, well, sink or swim. Well, if that's their attitude, they're not part of the solution, and they need to get out of the way so that the rest of us can solve the problem. I feel strongly about this. So
I was to say, I am really pleased to see we found out where at least part of your passion lies. And that's a really exciting thing for what you're doing right now. And, I think it's actually kind of a fun tee up for the next question. And I'm going to apologize in advance because I'm terribly afraid of mispronouncing this person's name, which might be Janitzel Hernandez. I can do the Hernandez, and I apologize for the first name. But I want to read her actual question. She says, or he, I'm sorry, not sure. Thank you for your comments today. Forgive me if this is an ignorant question. I'm going to preface for you, it is not an ignorant question, which is always a telltale sign when someone does this, because I'm new to nuclear issues. But some of the arguments I've heard against modernizing ICBMs is that they pressure presidents to react more quickly to possible nuclear attacks because they are more vulnerable than any other leg in the triad. They're also expensive to modernize, and our submarines alone carry enough nukes to destroy any country on Earth. Following up on your comments about maintaining the nuclear triad, why not phase that leg of the triad out? We know for sure that was not a stupid question.
No, it's not at all. In fact, it's a really good question. And how about this? Because I just looked to see your name and I couldn't see your on the list here. Why don't you send me an email and I will send you a couple of books that you may enjoy reading to provoke your thinking on this. My email is publicly available. The students always send emails to me directly, so don't worry about it. It's just hwilson@utep.edu. So when I get and tell me where you're from and where you're studying. Tell me a little about yourself when you do. So what is it? So in a crisis, many of you have been in these either war games or have been in positions where this actually happens. Now, the sensors go off. There is an immediate conference call. What do we got? One of the things when the president or whoever is playing the president in an exercise gets on is there's always the caution that you do not have to decide to act right now. The president has choices and options because we have the triad. Now, so they don't have to decide. And actually, our ICBMs are pretty survivable. Particularly against anything other than an overwhelming, massive attack. So I don't think I accept your premise, but I will also connect you in with some other things to read to provoke your thinking. So send me an email. It's just hwilson@utep.edu. I will be very pleased to think about this for 5 minutes and pull some things, off my shelf to send you the titles of, rather than thinking about how do I deal with COVID on a campus in West Texas. So.
Thank you for that. Thank you. No, a very good question, and thanks for posing it. We're getting close. I'm checking to see. I think that I'm going to pull 2 more questions because I think we have just about enough time for that. One, oh gosh, I really do like saying everyone's name, but it does put me in a tricky spot here. This would be from Johanna Möhring. Dear Dr. Wilson, thank you for your great talk. How do you think the US might deal with European allies, which for financial, economic, political, and strategic and other reasons may not be willing to follow the US into a future which links any sensor to any shooter and which commits to joint all-domain command and control? Joanna's messaging in from France. Really interesting question. Can we do it on our own, or do we have to bring allies along in this vision, and how do we do that?
We are much stronger with our allies than we are without them. If you think about them, and one of the reasons why in the National Defense Strategy allies are called out so explicitly is because we have allies. And our most significant potential adversaries have terrified their neighbors. There may be things that the Canadians don't like about us, or that they find hard to understand about us or about our political system or whatever at the moment, but they're not afraid of us. China's neighbors are afraid of them. And certainly the same is true in Europe of resurgent Russia. So we are stronger together. And so deepening our alliances and partnerships is absolutely vital. And I actually think that in that regard, particularly military to military, things are going reasonably well. And NATO has often facilitated this in really boring ways about the sharing of information, the use of different radio frequencies. I actually was stationed at NATO from 1987 to 89. And I always thought it was funny that the NATO AWACS was actually, every aircraft has to have a national flag. That's kind of like the rules of international air transport. And so, you know, at that time, 16 countries, they're going to have a NATO AWACS. I mean, this is a pretty big deal. These are 16 countries choosing to have a command and control aircraft that is operated by all of them. And they had to decide whose flag went on the tail. And in the end, they chose Luxembourg because Luxembourg didn't even have an air force. And you know, everybody could, yeah, Luxembourg can have that. It was actually rather funny, but it was, you think about that practical commitment to sharing information. And it's been that way for a long time. We see it also in space increasingly, not just joint operations, what we would call combined operations with our allies. Particularly an increasing number of spacefaring nations. The command center in California now has our allies on the operating floor. So deep cooperation and integration over entire careers between the military and sorting stuff out in a very pragmatic way. So I think it's vitally important, and I would expect it to go on in a really, really pragmatic way. Great question.
Yeah, thank you. That was a great question. Well, I'm gonna end with Rachel Cohen's question. I'll say I didn't manage to get to everyone in the chat. I tried to get to a lot of the questions. I will say that your comments about education have definitely animated several people, and I think that has definitely struck a chord. But I think Rachel Cohen's question is a good one to kind of end on. So Rachel says, what are some things you tried getting done during your time as secretary that you hope the Air Force can now get across the finish line?
Okay, Rachel, that's just not fair. But no, let me, there were a bunch of things that, and some of them did get done. One of them had to do with the change to the personnel system. And I know this is also kind of boring and geeky, but we were right up to the cusp of a change to the promotion system that would separate out different groups of officers. The other services had smaller groupings of officers, and this really mattered, particularly in the technical fields, because the career progression was quite different. And so you'd end up as a major trying to go up for lieutenant colonel, and you're in the same bucket with, you know, fighter pilots and logistics officers and maintainers, and you had taken 3 years to get a PhD in aeronautical engineering. And so you were kind of off cycle, and you were likely not to compete well for promotion, but you were vitally needed. And so we needed to break this out into different categories, and it was ready to go, and I was ready to sign it. And Dave Goldfein said, I'm not confident yet. I really want to get out to the wing commanders and make sure we do this right. I thought, okay, I really want to, you know, I don't want this to die after I leave. And he made a personal commitment to me that he would keep stewarding this. And in the end, it was signed and done. And of all the things we changed in the service for the long term, that's probably the one that's going to have the most important impact. Because we always had general officers with tremendous operational experience, and we were desperately short of scientists, engineers, sometimes intelligence professionals, because they were weeded out at the colonel level. We weren't stewarding the whole pipeline well. So that'll make a huge difference. And I didn't finish it, but it's now kind of getting done. The other one was the full implementation of the science and technology strategy. New science and technology strategy for the Air Force put a huge amount of work into it, but there's an implementation phase. And I worry that there are still not enough scientifically and technically literate people at the senior levels in the service to understand what an enabler that is. And so implementing the science and technology strategy was probably another one. And then the final one, I kept a pile. So the Air Force had become really like sclerosis had set in when it came to regulations. I mean, they had a regulation for everything. There was a regulation, and Rachel knows this, there was a regulation on how to build an obstacle course. I kid you not. I mean, complete with diagrams and everything. It was mandatory at the Air Force level. I mean, you know, if Grand Forks Air Force Base needs an obstacle course, I bet they can figure it out. They don't need to be told how to do everything. And particularly in the warfare of the 21st century, communications are going to be degraded. We're going to have to depend on people making decisions using command intent to accomplish the mission. If we have to operate that way in wartime, we needed to treat people that way in peacetime. In my time there, we rescinded 340 regulations, rewrote a whole bunch more. I kept a copy of every rescinded one in a pile by the door. So we didn't get through that whole list of rewriting and rescinding regulations and delegating authority, but we did quite a bit of it, and we including the reg on how to rewrite regs, which delegated a lot more authority. So I think that one, there's a lot to do there. And the final one probably would be continued acquisition reform and connecting acquisition more closely to requirements. It's the requirement system that really needs reform, and nobody ever thinks about that part of it. So those are 4. You know, does that make me an abject failure? I'm sorry.
No. Oops. I think they played with our microphones.
Yeah, I'm at best when I'm muted. I'm going to die with a to-do list on my refrigerator. So, you know, there'll always be stuff to do.
Well, thank you so much. That's such a great way for us to kind of go to wrap this up. I thought our questions were just excellent. I thank you so much for your remarks and for being, you know, such a trailblazer in so many areas. And I think what comes across is the commitment to service from the beginning to even now in your role as an educator. And I think that is very exciting for those of us who are trying to kind of put our oars in the water and kind of pull alongside. So I think I really appreciate the insight and the comments that you've brought to the conversation today. It's pretty inspiring and a lot of fun to listen to. So we're really grateful. I hope we can someday do this in person, but otherwise I'm really glad everyone was able to join and listen to you today. It was a lot of fun. And I think it's kind of fun that see a lot of those, you know, things you described at the end, you know, they're like the back office. You know, it's also a good reminder, personnel requirements, all these things, so much gets done in that business side of things. And there's a lot to learn. So terrific comments. Thanks so much for doing everything with us on this. And we look forward to welcoming you back to PONI and CSIS at some point in the future.
Okay, go Miners.
Thank you. Well, with that, I know all of you have been with us for a lot of time. You have been diligent in hanging in for our 2 days of a just action-packed conference. We did things you're not supposed to do on a Zoom conference, which you didn't get enough breaks and you had too many sessions and we all covered too much ground, but we just found there was so much to talk about. And as an audience, all of you have been absolutely fantastic for these 2 days. I hope you're as happy as I am with the quality of the discussion, the kind of rigor of the analysis, and how we hope to carry this forward in our Nuclear Nexus series over the coming months. Thank you to Heather Wilson for her tremendous comments. Thank you for Admiral Richard from Commander Stratcom for his opening remarks. Thank you to Northrop Grumman for providing resources that made this possible. Thank you to each and every panelist. I will not name them all, but the takeaways were terrific. And we feel they kind of reinforced why this is such an important area of focus for us. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the entire PONI team, but especially Maxwell Simon, who was served point on this conference, and everything really went off like clockwork. So congratulations. If he was in the room, we'd all be clapping. And so we'll do our virtual clap on that now. Lots to come, so please stay engaged with Twitter, with PONI on Twitter. Go to nuclearnetwork.csis.org. Make sure we are up to date with your email contact information. Don't be a stranger, and we hope to welcome you back soon. So with that, thank you to each and every one of you for participating, and we hope to see you the next time.